No mai haere mai ki Rotorua. Welcome to the 2021 BMX New Zealand National Championships, presented by Permapine, Spark Business Hub, Red Stag Timber, O'Sullivan Clements, and proudly presented by skysportnext. Kia ora, my name is Nigel Yolden, and alongside me to provide the expert analysis, a Rotorua local, well versed on all things, be it as a rider, be it as an administrator, be it as a track manager. His name is Chris Newson. Chris, greatly appreciate it. He's just had the absolute joy of watching his daughter sing the national anthem as part of the opening ceremony. As you can see, it is just glorious, absolutely glorious today for day one of the Nationals. And Chris, Rotorua has hosted the Nationals before, but this is the new facility. 1.6 million, only opened, I think, a matter of about, 12 to 18 months ago. How nice is it to see what we are seeing here right now? Great group of people. I think it's over 5,000 riders, plus fans, plus supporters at this world-class venue in your home patch. Good afternoon. Good morning to you, I should say.
Yeah, good morning, Nigel. It's great to be here at the Rotorua BMX Club. What a wonderful facility. They have worked very, very hard over the last couple of years putting this together. We did have an older track in the centre of town. Unfortunately, it was due its past use-by date, basically. And we needed something just a little bit bigger, a little bit more spectacular, technical, and something that caters to many levels of riders.
And there you see it right in front of you. Now, there will be two tracks that you will see in use over the course of the next 2 days. Tomorrow you will see the elites in action. That is dropping in off that big 8-metre ramp you see on the left there, using the 5-metre ramp. There you go. That's the 8-metre. That's what the elites will be using tomorrow when they get about their work. All the starting today, they will be on that right-hand side. That's a wee 5-metre, a slightly gentler incline. As you see, some of the fans settling in. I'm sure they've slapped as well. This is going to be a big old day. And Chris, this is a day where we really do get to enjoy the real guts of BMX. It's the young ones all the way through to some of your old mates.
Yeah, definitely.
In the over 40 class, or is it over 30? What age do we start there?
Look, the older gentlemen, as so to speak, 30 plus, 40 plus, and they have a new class recently over the last couple of years is 50 plus. We do have riders ranging from 5 years old right the way through to nearly 70. I think we had a 73-year-old rider no less than 4 or 5 years ago. So it really is one of the few sports that man has invented where the entire family can compete at a national level together. You find another sport where that can take place.
As Chris alludes to, we have got BMX clubs from the far north right the way down to Invercargill. In fact, I heard a man from Southland this morning complaining about how cold it was here in Rotorua this morning. As you can see, it is fined up. Absolutely stunning conditions, so no excuses for today. We'll be getting underway very shortly with the opening moto of the Sprockets. This is for riders under 5 years of age and under. Features a young fella by the name of Luke Buckley, who I think is competing in his 3rd national championships, it might be, and 5 years of age and under.
Yeah, it is. Look, the Sprocket class is a little bit special. They aren't actually ranked as such. So these kids get to come to a Nationals and experience the grandeur of a large event like this, a national event, but without the stress and pressure of having to beat their friends, because they're just keen on having a chat.
How big a challenge is it going to be for the young fellas? Because this is a big track. We are talking right on the limits of the UCI regulation at 399.9, because you're not allowed over 400, as I've been educated on this morning. So how big a challenge is it going to be for the young ones who maybe don't have this size of track back at their home club?
No, absolutely. Look, and that is one of the benefits of having the world-class track builders that actually built this track, creating a track that is able to be ridden by elite levels, the likes of your Sarah Walkers, your Matt Camerons, your Kurt Pickards and Mark Willers, all the way down to your 4 and 5-year-old riders. So they're able to roll off the start gate, Nigel, and make it over the obstacles, the jumps, the step-ups, the rhythm sections, without too much difficulty at all. Some of them may struggle on a few of the bigger jumps, and we'll see that today. They'll only just make it to the top of the jump, but there is nothing that they have to run into that is going to impede them or be overly difficult. It's obviously not going to be as fast and as thrilling, but certainly for the kids and certainly for their parents, it is very much an experience.
You can see some of the riders making their way towards the starting gate for those opening motos of the day. Tell us a little bit about the surface, the composition. We'll see the bitumen with regards to where for the berms, but tell us about the composition of the actual track.
Yeah, absolutely. So the tracks are manufactured or created out of dirt, so to speak, and then we take a lime compound. So lime is often used for farm races and roads and the like. It's not as hard as tar seal, but if you roll it, water it, and roll it again, it does get very, very firm, and it does have quite good grip qualities based on it. So you can see the little pebbles flicking up across the top there as the riders will be making their way around the track. That just allows the track to bed in and give that grip that the riders so desperately require. What's new, I guess, over the last 10 years of the sport evolving, the bitumen or tar seal or chip seal berms that you see. It's twofold. It's for maintenance of the track. It makes it very easy to maintain. But also the grip factor and the speed factor. So your rider can come into the corner a lot more confidently, laying the bike over, as most of them are clipped in. So in BMX, we run the clipless pedal system, which is your feet are attached to the pedals. You don't go anywhere, unless the bike goes in that direction. So for some of the riders riding flat shoes, they'll be able to put their foot down if anything happens. But, their tar seal surface creates so much more grip and so much more momentum.
As you sit here and you look at this, as a former rider, was there any compunction whatsoever to maybe put the clips back into the cruiser and go around one last time?
Oh, look.
On your home track?
Absolutely, Nigel. It would be great. It would be absolutely great to get back out there. Look, I see some of my former competitors who are still riding, and I am envious. BMX is a very tough sport. It's a challenging sport. You need to maintain your work on the BMX track. That means you've got to put in the time, and sadly sometimes life gets in the way. So unfortunately, I have the best view in town today, but it's not from the top of the ramp.
Yeah, well, so does everybody here via Sky Sport Next on the Sky Sport Next YouTube channel. As you see the good folks from the St John Ambulance, hopefully we will not require their services too much over the course of the next couple of days, but always great to have at St John's in attendance and helping. And just as I say, can't say enough about the lovely weather conditions. A slight breeze, nothing too major though.
At the moment, no, nothing too major. That will come into play in the faster groups. So your older boys, your older girls, and of course the elites, Nigel. The way the track is shaped at the moment, there is the potential for what we call the pro section. So for those of you who aren't versed but watching, the pro section are the larger jumps, and they don't have a middle of them. So they are a jump to jump or a gap jump. So you must have the pace to clear them. The problem is if you've got a fairly substantial breeze blowing, that will slow you down and create a bit of drag, potentially meaning that you do not clear the jump. So we are always mindful within BMX about the breeze and to its extent. When you come off the Red Stag Timber Elite ramp, you basically drop down into a little bit of a hole which is quite protected. However, the takeoff to the pro section then launches you out into the open air. So if you do have a breeze blowing through there, Nigel, it is going to be very noticeable.
Yeah, there you see the Red Stag Timber start ramp. That'll be for the elites that they use tomorrow. And standing right at the bottom, you see that little grate. Chris took me out onto the track earlier on, and you've really got to stand at the bottom of those to really just get a real appreciation for just how steep they are. There is no way, if you're at the top of that particular start gate, you can actually see the bottom. It is just, it cannot happen. You've got to go full commitment. We will see that tomorrow. These people are fully committed as well, all set and ready to cheer on their young stars. And that's the great thing. You're going to see just the young talent coming through. There may be the odd name that you will hear that might pop up. Maybe 5 years, 10 years, maybe even 15 years down the track.
Yeah, absolutely, Nigel. Look, when you look at the lineup or the program, you get to very quickly understand that you'll be seeing your 5-year-olds moving right the way through to your adults and your elites tomorrow, of course, for this weekend's racing. So you do get to watch a varied amount of riding. You don't have to sit and watch 4 or 5 hours of one particular group. It does roll through very, very quickly, creating quite a lot of action.
Now, the action you'll see today, there will be 4 motos run today for our classes. They'll have another 2 tomorrow, and then they will look at finals. It does depend on class size, and we're looking at over 500 competitors at this particular event. Chris, now look, we know the impact of a certain pandemic that is happening, and normally what sort of number would we be seeing? Is it an average sort of number in terms of, or is it, how would you describe the number of as I said, remembering the environment we're currently working in? Yeah,
no, absolutely. It is definitely on the smaller side, Nigel. That's the sad part, I guess, of living within a pandemic and living within, changes to our lockdowns and the ability to travel around the country and around the world. New Zealand has always been quite a good spot for a lot of overseas riders to come and ride because it's their off-season, so they get to come and have a little bit of fun. So 550 odd riders, it's relatively small. I think prior to the lockdown, a lot of the smaller events like the weekend, one-day events would often get that many riders. You'd normally be talking between 700 to 1,000 riders depending on the type of event or the nationals. I think prior to New Zealand hosting the Worlds in 2013, we had about 1,100 riders attend the Rotorua event, basically because everybody wanted to go to the Worlds. Everyone wanted to be involved in that. So 500, a little on the small side, but you're not going to see any less racing from these riders here today. Yeah,
a little on the small side of some of these competitors, but trust me, they will absolutely go for it. That's the first rack in the Sprockets, 5 and under. From left to right as they get them into the start gate, you see Luke Buckley, Cooper Walker there from Southland, 358. And across to Noah Lindsay, Blake Sen there, 888. Nikau Matanek, and one alongside 416. That's Nikau Simeon. There's our wonderful volunteers. Of course, these events just don't happen overnight. A lot of effort has gone into them, and it relies a lot on volunteer work. And the track looking in outstanding condition, but you will see the maintenance crews out there right throughout the course of the next 2 days.
A lot of work goes into maintaining these tracks, Nigel, and keeping them particularly up to spec for an event like this. But on top of that, the kids will have already been around their practice ride. But right now for them is probably the most nerve-wracking time. They've just been pushed onto the gate. For any reason, this may be their first nationals. It may be. It may not be. But right now, for any rider getting onto the gate, their heart rate is probably only a few beats below what it's going to be partway around the track. So this is the crucial time for them. Your first race, you always want to do well.
We say 285 there is Luke Buckley, the young fellow we were talking about, 3rd national championship. He
yes.
must have basically pedalled his way out of the womb and continues to do so.
A lot of clubs run strider bike classes, so you can see kids as young as 3-4 years old being involved in their local club, so it's fantastic.
And that's the other thing to just consider as well as you sit here and watch this via Sky Sport Next as well. You may have a young one, you're thinking, okay, maybe is this a sport for me? From the top of the country to the bottom, there are BMX clubs dotted right the way through. If you might have a young one watching with you who thinks this could be a little bit of me, yeah, go on the internet, search up your local BMX club, reach out, try and make that contact and just see. You never know. You never know. Great sport, great family sport as well. You'll see the kids competing, mum, dad, see big brothers maybe doing a bit of mechanic work, big sisters doing a bit of mechanic work, that sort of thing. As we're underway, opening moto of the 2021 BMX New Zealand National Championships, and it is young Luke Buckley there.
Plenty of pedaling coming into that first turn. This is a very long first straight based on a number of the tracks around the country. A big first turn there. You're talking 4+ meters high, so there is a lot of pedaling these young ones will have to do.
Will this be the largest track that a lot of these young fellas and ladies, I should say, these young athletes would have been on? I mean, there's not too many others this size around the country, is there?
Absolutely. This is one very large track in terms of width. In terms of length, it's on the limit, of course. There are a couple of others that are very close, but in terms of the sheer size of it and the area, it's one of the biggest. There are a couple of others around, as mentioned though, Nigel. So yeah, a lot of work for these young kids to get through their 4 motos today. Not be too exhausted and try not to play too much in the interim.
Well, that is Luke Buckley coming through. He'll take the win in this first particular race. You see the battle. That's Cooper Walker there in the Southland colours. At the moment, just having the better got of him.
This is something that I talk to with a lot of riders. You know, BMX is your fledgling sport. This is where your mountain bikers, your road cyclists, your track cyclists, they all came from a BMX background. We're often greeted by ex-Olympians who started out on a BMX bike, because really, when you're a kid, you don't want to ride a long way. You just want to do jumps and skids. And that's essentially what BMX is about. Let's do some jumps, let's do some skids, pop a number plate on and rip around the track.
Well, that's George Wu, and he's leading race number 2 now. This is the thing, folks, you're going to have to get used to. These races are going to come at you thick and fast. You can have 2 races on a track at a time. They might get released as they come around the home turn. They may even, at some points, you might see possibly 3 races. It all depends on the starting, but there will always be action on the track coming through at a really thick pace.
Yeah, pretty much they do not stop unless a rider has gone down. Now, if a rider is actually quite injured, the racing will still continue, but that part of the track will be cordoned off with marshals very quickly jumping into place to move riders out. That can be quite disconcerting for the second race if you happen to come around the corner and there's a marshal standing in the middle of the track. But for the most part, they'll shuffle the rider off pretty quickly. You're not allowed to assist a down rider. If they can get up under their own steam and make their way around the track, then their points obviously do count, and so does their position.
So now we move on to the opening race of 3 motos in the Sprocket 6 to 7 boys category, as they work their way through. So it's a pretty straightforward configuration. It's Elijah Sasevic leading at the moment. So it's down the main straight, big long straight, as you've heard Chris allude to. Hard left-hand turn, then back up, another hard left-hand turn, then hard right, and away you go. Sorry, the first turn is a right-hand turn. This is Elijah going quite nicely. Great shot coming from our Stream Shot crew, and Elijah takes the win in that particular event. As you can see, already underway in that second heat. You're turning into that big, massive first turn. Getting a nice, good run. And that there is...
It's often hard to pick out, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's one of these things, and these are riders that, you know, we'll get used to and see over the course of the weekend, so we'll start to pick them up. That's Matatini Hill is the person who's leading at the moment, though getting a little bit of pressure there from Baden Prescott, who's dropped there in that second spot. And you'll see all the different colours as well. Athletes, as I said, competing from all over. Nice little bit of skill there, sort of manualing through that final section.
Yeah, look, if I remember back to being a younger boy, we only had one BMX. It was one size fits all. So Dad rode it in one race, and then you rode it in the next one. Whereas these days, you can start off on an 18-inch wheel, a very, very small frame. You basically have a BMX for every year of your life, right up until you reach your 180 centimetre mark, and then you've just got the length in which your frame is. That makes things a little bit easier. So yeah, kids definitely, the bikes are lighter, they're smoother, they run ceramic bearings in their hubs. So all of the technology that you want, carbon forks, carbon bars, you name it, these kids have access to it these days.
You just saw a shot there before of a young Tate Brewer out of Waikato. I think he might have the honour of being the first rider, maybe just have a wee bit of issue. We'll see a lot of that throughout the day, and Tate, as he's done, dusted and picked himself up, dusted himself off, and away he goes.
The local Rotorua boy there, Max Olsen, doing quite well.
As you say, they get them all set and going. As we now move on to the young ladies. It's just a wee field of 4 of Skylar Hansen, Cameron Colhoun, Milan Manava, and Eden Stentner.
All the way from Christchurch.
It's great to see the athletes, parents still making the effort, as we say, during these very challenging times at the moment. She obviously had a the possibility of maybe having a bit of an impact, and I'm sure the fact that there was a little concern a couple of weeks ago may have impacted some people's decisions to come down and come down, compete at the national championships.
Yeah,
at the
definitely.
moment it is Skylar Hansen with the advantage.
And certainly that will play on the mind of a lot of the riders too, who may have been in lockdown and not very close to their track, particularly the Auckland tracks. You know, you're 40 minutes away from your local. So you're not riding your BMX bike there during a lockdown, unfortunately.
So Skylar Hansen is going to come through and take the victory in this moto, opening moto of the Sprocket 627. And straight away we cut back to our next moto, and that's Emilia Detteri, who's got the advantage. The lovely pink flowing out the back. It's a great sign. I'm sure the photographers will be keeping an eye on that. There'll be a couple of great snaps. Let's explain for those who aren't versed in BMX, and folks, I'm going to throw myself in there. I haven't called BMX racing since the 2012 Olympic Games for radio sport, so I'm still refamiliarising myself with the sport. But Chris, just explain the yellow lines. They have to stay inside those, otherwise they incur some form of penalty?
Absolutely, Nigel. The yellow lines basically start from the bottom of the ramp. So the gate drops and you have the ability to leave the gate at great pace, move down into the position that you want to. You cannot impede another rider from the gate. Once you make it onto the main track, if you do go outside of those yellow lines, you can re-enter the track. But of course, if you happen to gain a position, unfortunately, that's your race done. The officials will use discretion, obviously, depending on the age, the skill set. But certainly on a corner, you cannot cut through your yellow lines on the inside, as you will be DNF'd or placed at the rear of the field. So they do have a few things to look out for.
Angus Morgan, they're getting the better of Austin Stronach. That's New Zealand 5 versus New Zealand 7, and you'll see the different plate numbers, the NZ signifying rankings. And, of course, we'll also see W as well, which refers to the World Championships, correct?
Absolutely. So anyone running a W on their number plate is a world-ranked rider, 1 to 8. You can run, World 10, 11, 12, but, 1 through 8 has a W on it. You are a world-ranked rider. We do have NZ, of course, and also Oceania. So you will see NI and SI, which is North Island titles, South Island titles, depending on who wants to run what. And then some want to fly under the radar, like number 512 there. He's just not wanting to let anybody know. Oh, we've had a rider down off the gate.
Well, let's put Liam Hegarty, New Zealand 8. That's taken a bit of a tumble there. And so we're into it.
Being on the gate, Nigel, you have a couple of things that take place. The gate comes up and you place your front wheel into that, at which point you'll hear a call, and that call will be riders ready, watch the lights. After that, there is a random gap in time, at which point you'll hear an audible beep 4 times, and we've got two start lights on either side of the start of the track there, and those lights will correlate to that audible beep. And our young rider there might have just pulled too early and hit his front wheel on the gate, so that does happen.
Let's get another opportunity. Have a look at this, and Chris can explain that a little bit more as the gates are set.
So literally just pulled too early. His front wheel hit the gate. That stops him from his bike from moving, but he keeps going. Sometimes people just time it wrong, trying to guess, unfortunately.
So that last result there, it was Cooper Murphy with the victory from Dylan Zasi and Oscar Walker rounding out the top 3. And we are now into race number 10 of the day already. Told you, folks, they come at you thick and fast at the BMX New Zealand National Championships. And this one here features New Zealand number 1, Leon Dumbrell, out of the New Plymouth Club. And it's Leon at the moment with that very comfortable advantage as he heads down the 3rd of the 4 straights here at Rotorua. Pursuit there, it's Dex Galvin out of Kapiti. But they're very comfortable at the moment.
One of the keys to the final 2 straights, Nigel, is the rhythm section. So plenty of pumping going on from these riders, which is pushing as hard as you can down on your handlebars and down on your pedals. So it is one smooth motion, and it actually generates speed by pushing on the backside of all of the obstacles here, or the rhythm section, so to speak.
Dumbbell, Galvin and Hansen, 1, 2, 3 in that moto, and now we switch over and we see the number 3 plate, and that's Rico Ryan. He's got a nice little advantage. Good pursuit, though, and that's coming from the New Zealand number 2, and that is Charles Withington. 3 and 2 going really nicely at the moment, trying to cut back on the inside there. But it looks as though Charlie's got this one. Looks as though Rico's got this one in control, and he'll take the victory.
That's one of the hidden gems of this sport, is you have no idea what the ranked riders from the previous year have done in terms of training and whether they've had a growth spurt. So often turning up to nationals, you might find that the guy you look down on is now 3 inches taller than you and just a little bit stronger. So you always have to train as hard as you can.
Now continuing to move through all of these events. And we're now on to the 10 boys, and again you see a New Zealand ranked rider, that's Ashton Payne wearing the 3. Blake Andrews is the one giving chase, number 164. Through that rhythm section, pumping hard, and I think, right on the line.
Might have to go to the camera for that one.
I think Ashton has just got it, but only by the barest of margins. We're talking a 10. A good finish. Let's have a look at that one again. Great work on the inside there by Blake Andrews. Diving, that's the margins, the big stretch out from Ashton, just getting the job done.
Yeah, look, things have changed at a local level there, Nigel. Previously it was often 2 ladies or a couple of volunteers standing at the line and calling out a number that you got as you went past. But, these days it's too close to count.
Great cut on the inside there by Khalil Alexander. Right, still getting the finishes, Cade Manava. So he gets the W in that one there from Khalil. Now, as we said, the racing is always going to be good. It's always going to be close, but as we keep an eye on these talented riders, and here's a real talented rider. His name's Ben Anderson. You don't get the one place by being a mug, do you, Chris?
No, absolutely not. He's worked pretty hard for that. He would have been training, 3 to 4 times a week, a couple of hours a night, and then riding most weekends.
Great track. Good chase, though, by Dylan Fox.
Yeah, that is definitely one of the things about this new track here in Rotorua. Very smooth, very flowy. You maintain a lot of pace. The jumps have been spaced out. The rhythm, the rollers have been spaced out very, very well. When you go to some tracks where maybe they got a little bit tired near the end of it, and some of the rollers are a bit close together, it breaks that smooth rhythm that you have. But certainly not at this track here today.
Nixon Banks leading Xavier Bell in this one. Liam King dropped into that 3rd spot at the moment as they head round. Back down the third straight, excuse me. A nice technique. Trying to come around the outside here is Xavier Bell. Pushing him up high onto that berm. That was nice work by Nixon Banks. And Nixon's going to get the job done. You see riders who has come down. He's had to ask for a little bit of assistance, as you heard Chris say before. If they can make it to the finish line under their own steam, they will get those points awarded, but looks like that lick might have been just a little bit harder. So we've got the wonderful crew from St John Ambulance on and ready. You see some of the supporters from far and wide.
Sometimes our St John's crews are a little bit busier depending on which nationals they're at. I do remember a few many years ago. I think we had close to 60 trips to the hospital, which is not good, but this is an extreme sport. It's not one that you're going to be floating around in relative comfort in a nice pool. You will hit the ground at some stage in your BMX career, and it will tickle.
It's a nice start by Max Hayhay, and he leads. You see Max getting a good chase, though. That's Tim Creswell. Tim trying to go to the outside. Different lines coming into this turn. Cut back nicely. Max still with a good advantage as they work their way through. You see some of the great skill and technique that these riders have picked up at a very young age.
They're definitely holding their lines there and making sure that riders can't pop in underneath.
Oh, here comes another one for the photo by the looks. Oh, no, great work, and he's driven through nicely as
absolutely
Timothy Creswell to get the win over Max Hayhay.
Put the hammer down and away you go.
Continue to move. This is now the 10-year-old girls. Alex Hamilton, by the way, getting the third spot.
4:30. Now that's young Asher Napier Anderson. That's a wonderful family all the way from Gisborne. The entire family is racing here this weekend. Mum, dad, and the kids. It's really awesome to see that kind of action. But again, where else can you do that in sport?
She's getting some pressure put on her, trying to ride over the top. It looks like it's Luca Penny. She's got the 03.
So that's Oceania title. Yep.
Oh, it's going to be just a smaller field there, just the 4, but it's Luca Penny from Asher Napier Anderson. Sophie Penny coming through in the third spot. And Maya Perrott 4th as we're on to the next race. Leading it, Holly Nielsen. With Aaron Slight's old number, 111.
There we go.
Sorry, I got to throw in the odd motorcycle reference here and there, but great to see the 111s.
There's a lot of BMXs that have moved on to motorcycling, motocross, enduro, and of course road as well.
There's one Holly Nielsen there, going along quite nicely.
These riders coming in just over the 50-second mark, so that as we get through to the older age groups, those times will come down, and then they slide back up just a little bit for the old boys.
Now on to the 11-year-old girls, and we have got 3 motos in this particular class. Good support. So that is Emmy Summers who's leading at the moment. Giving a good chase though is Addison Rutherford. And just closing up the gap there a little bit. Looks like Emmy's got this one reasonably in control. And she'll go through. Straight back to the main straight. This is a stacked field in this particular moto. You've got NZ2, NZ5, NZ7 and NZ6. And it is Nicola Mapu who's got the advantage at the moment. Molly Buckley, though, chasing hard. Then you go back to Sophie Calhoun. It's 1, 2 and 3.
So already at the age of 10 and 11, you'll see a lot of these riders riding strategically. They'll be making sure they place themselves in the right position on the track. At a very, very young age, these children will learn these tips and tricks, giving them the edge over other riders.
Great shot there, and it is going to be a nice win for Nicola Mapu. Now we talk about the motos, as we say, 4 motos today, 2 tomorrow for all of the categories that we are seeing, all the classes we're seeing in action today. Chris, can you explain just how the points allocation works, how this all is going to wash out and flow on into tomorrow's racing?
Look, you definitely, it's definitely tricky depending on your numbers. So some of our age groups have lesser riders than some of the other age groups. So they won't have things like, your 8s and your quarterfinals. I think we've got one group, as mentioned by our lead point scoring team, that we do have quarterfinals for them. Meg
Cannon with the victory there, New Zealand #1, as we move on now to the 12-year-old boys.
So each position, of course, will gain a point, and those points will go towards your overall total. So after each moto, they will put out the points list, and that will place you within your ranking. So you can see after each moto whether you need to put the hammer down just a little bit more to gain those extra points to move up the ladder, because the ultimate goal is the finals. When we get to the semis, of course, it's the top 4 riders that will progress out of those 2 races into that final section. There we go, very close there to pushing the other rider out. You can't intentionally do that, but of course you can block your lines. So that's what that rider was doing there, just making sure that no one was going to sneak past him.
Yeah, well, that was Kobe Russell, NZ7, just getting the better of Cohen Taylor, and that one with Deegan Hedges coming in 3rd spot. This is the second of our 3 motos.
And here we go. We're into the bigger sized riders now. So you're moving up into bikes that are what we call the expert, and some of them even pro size. So slightly different size wheels in terms of width. They are 20-inch bikes, these ones here. We've got 2 classes within BMX, 20 and 24. But you'll notice these frames just got a little bit bigger, even though these still are young kids. Strangely enough, if you're a small adult, you'll end up riding one of these bikes in the 40-plus class.
There's Jack Jorgensen who came through with the victory in that one there as we continue to work our way through. Slightly smaller field for the final 2 motos.
This is the age group too, Nigel, where skills really start to show. You've got our young rider here, number 321, manualing through the rhythm section. So he drops his back wheel down into the two rollers. It's actually faster. You can't ride both wheels through as fast as you can manual the back wheel through. It just it generates speed and removes those jumps out of the equation, making it very, very quick.
Yeah, Bruno Nemedi, the one getting the victory there. Cole Faringa second, and then Daniel Mason coming through in the third spot as we head on to the final of the 4 motos. This is in the boys 12 divisions. You're watching the 2021 BMX New Zealand National Championships. Rotorua just putting on a show, and there you see NZ1. That's Deacon Connor in control at the moment. He works his way through, giving a good chase though is Connor King, who was actually the quickest in terms of reaction times out of the gate. It's going to be Deacon who's going to get the W from Connor.
Absolutely. That gate start is very critical, Nigel. You want to get the best, what they call snap, out of there. You know, you want to throw your weight forward, make sure your bike is leaving before anybody else. That allows you to control most of the race because you're in front. You get to determine where everybody else heads, and if you can stave them off, you get to cross the line first.
This is Madeline Hunter leading. This is the full group and the 12-year-old girls. And you see him behind there. That's Danica Bergeson, NZ4. That's good, close, tight racing.
Yep, absolutely. NZ2 and then Millie Waite as well. Millie and her dad, Jason. Jason is a very accomplished BMX rider in New Zealand as well, so it's great to see more families going on.
Yeah, well, Millie just coming through there and snaring that third spot, just ahead of Taylor Rickelman. So just the 8 competitors in that one, but it doesn't seem to matter whether there's 8, 18, 38. Good racing already we're seeing. This is the opening day of, as I said, the 2021 New Zealand
Here we go.
BMX.
We've got a W plate there.
Explain that one. That's Luke Brooks-Smith.
And Luke was making short work of the jumps there, so he's not worried about rolling slowly through. He's hitting everything as quick as he can.
We look over the shoulder, he sees daylight. There's been a little bit of an incident there. Here's our next group out on track.
And there we go. The marshals will jump in real quick there and make sure they're able to direct the next round of riders out of the way.
This is 3 motos. This is the 13-year-old boys.
And that's where we start getting the bikes in the air.
Well, this is where I guess the confidence levels start to really grow, isn't it? Not just as riders, but as human beings at times.
Yeah, definitely. You know, I guess there's a little bit more experience. There's a little bit more track time has been had, and they see the bigger riders, and so they want to emulate what they're up to. So yeah, definitely the bikes get up.
Yeah, Tom Coleman coming through NZ2, getting the job done there. And final hit moto underway. That was Tom Coleman from Regan Smith and Justin Butler, your 1, 2, 3 in the second of our 3 motos. This one here features NZ1, Jack Young. I was watching Jack in warm up this morning and looking very, very comfortable on the track, on the bike. But tell you what, someone else looking pretty comfortable at the moment, just rode straight round. That's James Wallace. Bit of a challenge here for the 1 plate. I don't know if he's going to be able to nab him. Look around. Nice work. James Wallace getting the W there from Jack Young and Fred Cooper.
That's the way. That was a great race. What we fail to see often, though, Nigel, is what the game plan is for each specific rider. They might just be taking it easy, particularly your NZ 1, 2, and 3 plates. They'll know where they are within the standings because often these riders will compete regularly with each other, so they do know. So there will be strategies going on there, saving a bit of energy, checking out the track and seeing if they can find any lines that are faster.
When you're 13 years old, you've got so much energy. Why isn't the attitude just go out and win everything?
Well, that's just it. You know, if you have that confidence, you want to make sure you've got that track dialed, you've got it covered, because there's a few riders out there that will comfortably know they're making the finals. We know this. So they just want to make sure they've got all their T's crossed and their I's dotted.
Molly Enio winning the moto that you just saw finish previously, and at the moment it's Peyton Taylor who is leading this second heat, second moto. This is the girls 13.
Plenty of good pumping action going on there. The arms pushing down as hard as they can, generating that pace.
Move their way down the home straight to the finish line. Nice and comfortable there. It's Taylor from Clark from Gabbiani, 1, 2, 3, and that one there. No, actually, it was Tate Hancock that got up for third.
One of the other reasons, too, that they may be taking it just a little bit cautious is gearing plays a big part. As not all tracks are the same, you have to make sure you've got the correct gearing for your track. If you happen to be blessed like some of the riders I know, your legs spin faster than anybody else's, regardless of what you've got. But if you have the wrong gearing, it can be detrimental to you even making it down the first straight without blowing a valve.
Well, there is Cooper Richardson coming through. First off the gate, runs through just over 40 seconds, 40.8. So the time's really starting to crank up now as we work our way up through the age groups. Here is Jack Gebby, NZ3, leading our next rack of riders through. Good chase at the moment from Taylor Waite.
Yeah, like I say, the Waite family, huge supporters of the sport and their local club, doing a lot of work locally.
Well, there are sports that lend it to it. I mean, the two that spring to mind in terms of just being so family inclusive for me is the sport we're watching at the moment, yes. BMX. Kart racing is another one. And
yes.
It's funny you mentioned, because you talk about BMX and how a lot of, pretty much all cyclists, whether they end up doing mountain bike, whether they go to the track, whether they're doing endurance, whether they continue doing this, they generally have this as their grounding. And when you look at kart racing, it's very similar. Start at a very young age.
Yes.
You can be racing by the age of 5, and then you can go on. You can do open wheels. You can end up doing tin tops. Some of them even switch back and go onto the motorbikes and motocross and that sort of thing. So yeah, those are two sports which are very similar, but you're right. You just see the older generation continuing through. It's not too often that you see a 60 or 70. It does happen, but not too many of them shoehorn behind the wheel of a car. That's one of the things we just love about these particular events.
Oh, and it makes a huge difference too, absolutely. As a former coach of this sport, it's really good that the parents know exactly what the kids are going through. We have a track based over in Cambridge. Sarah Walker's living over there at the moment. Now the ramp is very steep and the first jump is very, very big, and it's quite daunting for any rider. So, you know, if you're a parent of a BMX rider and you're racing as well, you're able to allay those fears.
Brock Nelson coming through, and a nice comfortable win for the NZ2.
Repping Nelson Brothers Racing, another huge BMX family, have been in it since day dot here in New Zealand.
Right now, as we move over to the 14 girls, see the NZ1, that's Lily Greenout. Another one who was very impressive, looked pretty comfortable on the track in warm-up this morning. Ponytail in the plat, whipping around behind it. Nicely through. See the skills that these young riders have. You just know how that's going to translate right the way through, and that's a nice win for the NZ1. Over Gracie Owen. Kaija Stupa coming through in third spot. This is the second of our motos.
So there we
girls
go.
14.
You see those girls in there definitely battling in the corner, trying to get the edge, trying to get that underline, getting pushed high. This is it for them. They want that national title.
Renee Coleman-Savage from Bella Birchall. Bella there on 4-1-0 on the plate. Switches back, trying to get the inside run.
There we go.
This will be good through, coming down to the line. It's going to be Coleman-Savage. Just again. 500th of a second? No, 10th of a second?
It's very close, yeah.
Again. We're up to the 15 boys. We've got 3 motos in this. So again, good fields, good sizes. As you heard Chris say in opening, Chris Newsom, a long-time athlete, a competitor, been involved in administration, track management, and BMX and around the Rotorua area. The crowds, the field's down a little bit, which I think is to be expected given the situation that we find ourselves in.
Still running a lot of NZ plates, though, Nigel.
Yeah, that was the thing that stood out. Yep. And also seeing that W as well, and even the Oceania plates too. That's great to see.
Yeah, no, those riders are certainly dedicated to their craft and definitely want to get better. Again, here we're stepping it up another notch. We're into 15 boys. They're really getting their growth spurt on. The strength is coming in. So the pace will definitely be coming well down.
Yeah, we're seeing the top athletes going through in around about 41s, 42s. Well, in fact, there Lewis Atkinson just makes a mockery of that as he dips under 40 for the first time today. So Lewis with the victory from Ben James and Caleb Morgan. They're 1, 2, and 3. As they work through, Matthew Haggard is leading at the moment. NZ 5. Bit of pressure starting to come. Bit of a different line coming through from our athlete in second. I think that might have been Ronan McCursey. Get a look at the number. No, actually it's not. That is Case Krasovsky. He cuts back on the inside again.
You see that classic high-low.
And that's what you were talking about, you know, working out the lines and that sort of thing, what works well. So the strategy that is involved.
This is a drag race track here, Nigel, particularly for the 2021 Nationals. It is just sheer horsepower that is going to get you around this track. The obstacles, whilst big, are rideable at pace, but definitely you've got to get that power down through those pedals, down that chain. Hopefully they don't snap this weekend, because that's not a pretty sight either, but it's definitely a drag race.
It's a Jada Lily Lees with the advantage at the moment over Sasha Ernest. They go 1-2 in this one. And that is the the girls 15, just the 5 competitors. And that as we roll on now to the boys 16.
There we go. So we've got pedaling in the air. We've got the bikes jumping. They're ducking and diving. And certainly this pace is just, it's ramping up. We're getting to the quick, sticky end of the racing age groups.
And you can see why the man in front has got the NZ1 plate. That's Jack Greenough, and he is absolutely flying. Sam going through there, manualing through that lovely wee section around the berm, and he's got this one well in control. What he has flown through that. Sub 37 seconds. Goodness gracious. 36.850. 3.5 seconds quicker than Thomas Coleman Savage in second spot. Jake Ernest was third. That's laying down a marker if you're NZ1. Come get me, fellas.
Come get me. That's absolutely it. Horsepower is the nature of the game today, and those boys are bringing it.
You talk about strategy. That's just straight psychology. I've got the NZ1 plate on the front of my bike. Yeah. I'm going to run that. If you think you can catch me, come get me. That's absolutely. Just, I'm going to go out and just do it. The attitude I was saying before.
My legs spin faster than yours, and I'm about to prove it.
Yeah, well, we'll see what works. Strategy, speed, horsepower. You see James Green with the victory on that one from Trey Nielsen. As we move into the 16 girls. First chance to see, that's an Oceania plate, that's Brooke Penny.
Yes, Brooke Penny, very accomplished rider, has been ranking almost her entire life within this sport, doing very, very good work. Very strategic rider, skilled. Knows where she wants to be and needs to be on the track, and of course she's proving that today. Running the O2
out of Te Awamutu.
Yes.
Now I wonder whether that is a very good motocross family from that particular part of the world. Am I thinking of the same clan?
Same, very, very close. Yep.
And here's another one. That's a W plate. That would be Leela Walker.
Leela Walker taking it away. She is also a very accomplished rider. The skill level of this girl is just beautiful to watch. You see her manualing through the rhythm section there, just dancing around and making that bike sing. It's great to watch, but as I say, those W plates, they are earned. Every last one of them, 1 through 8, and it was not an easy road to get those plates. So, proving what she does best.
A nice victory there for Leela Walker over Lily Candy coming through in the second spot. And Savannah Hintz rounding out the top 3. It was Brooke Penny from Paige Connor, Jamie Lee Owen, 1, 2, 3 in that first of the 2 motos.
And here's where it's about to get a little bit messy.
Chris has just moved forward in his seat. He's made the adjustment. He's starting to itch at his legs because this is an area now where they get into the older generation.
This is my crew here, and these boys are also very accomplished.
There's one. Bites the dust there as they work their way through, and this is great to see. And it's the testament There's Kurt Bagby, leads them through. This is 40 to 44 male.
Yep, and I can tell you Kurt's one of those riders who on less than 2 fingers can count how many nationals he's missed in his life. So this is a man who has spent his entire life all the way into his 40s on a bike. Very, very capable rider, but we've got a number of boys there who are just taking it easy, and they want to make their way through today because tonight they're going to be hurting.
Seeing it through to tomorrow is a victory.
Absolutely.
For some.
Polynesian Spa
is what you are saying.
Yes.
Is what you are saying.
Polynesian Spa will certainly be the topic of choice for most of those boys.
So as we now move on to the 45 to 49 males. The plate's still very treasured in this category. Ken Feisted is, you see, NZ2 with a good advantage.
Yep, in those age groups, you'll notice these boys, they will fight and they will ride like they don't have to go to work tomorrow.
That's an easy win for Ken, coming through quite nicely. And next crew.
And if you notice, those times aren't too dissimilar to some of the younger groups. So the old boys still putting down a fair amount of power, fair amount of speed. They're just, we're always a little bit wobblier than the younger ones.
This is JT Napier leading this particular group through.
So JT, the dad of all of the young kids, great rider, great supporter of the sport too. And you've got a few other boys in there who have been around a very long time. We're talking early 90s, late 80s, early 90s their careers started.
Zane Alexander there sneaking through on the inside of JT. And he takes the victory in that moto. And we're moving on to 17 to 24.
So these are the legs that'll be spinning the fastest today.
And so we do need to stress as well. So this is all amateur riders today. So if you're wondering, okay, 17 to 24, why aren't we seeing some of the elite riders? Because there is that separate section as we see Scott Donaldson, NZ3, leading them through into the final straight. That is the reason why. All amateur riders today.
Yeah. And your professional riders, you'll know definitely tomorrow when you see them. They're on a different part of the track. An amazing gate start there for one of our riders on the outside. Very, very quick. And there's a lot of power being put down here. Oh, Zach Kershaw, Mark Edwards, these guys are quick. Louis Cotton, he's a very, very competent rider. Daniel Bowes-Wilson all the way from North Avon down in Christchurch. These boys are really very, very quick. 17 to 24, always a great age group to watch. There's always argy-bargy. It's fast. It's furious. And, they like to take home the title, so they fight hard.
Oh, it could be in for a fun little finish here if these three get close, but no, in the end it's Zach who's going to maintain the advantage.
Not taking it too easy for the first moto today, which is good to see, which means our semis and finals are going to be ding-dong battles.
So just the one moto in the 35 to 39 males. Continuing running the 20-inch specs as well.
Here we go. We've got world rank riders. Adam Coker and Tim Ferguson have been involved in these in this sport for a very, very long time. Very competent riders, both of them.
Scott Silver as well, NZ2. As you see there in fourth spot at the moment, but it is World 7 Adam Coker.
There we go. Young Richie Stratford making a comeback too. We haven't seen Richie for a long time. He was an elite rider back in the 90s.
As the next group work their way through. This is 25 to 34. That's Alan Frank out in front at the moment. Being chased hard there by Cody Keach out of Christchurch. It's great to have the South Island representation going up the inside. That's a nice move by Cody. What does Alan have left? Bit of something in this one.
Oh, very
Who do you
close.
reckon? I thought maybe Cody just.
There we go. We're
and when I say just,
40.
wow, 39.838 seconds, 39.862.
And
That
hence the reason
tight.
why we need those finish line cameras.
Oh, the transponders, just the difference that they make, the ability to get that particular level of accuracy is just brilliant. We work our way through. So, moving on. Trying to keep up. This is the 50 plus. This is the Chris Newson Memorial class.
Absolutely. We've got who have we got out the front there? Young David Mohi. Now, David Mohi is a bit of a legend in these parts and in this sport. Multiple national champion, I think 10 or 11 times, and world champion for his age group. So World 1 and World 2 plates hang on his wall. Has been involved in the sport since he was 12 years old. We'll give you the shirt off his back, but you're definitely going to have to work to beat him.
It was a great wee race. Still got just
We've also got the president of BMX New Zealand involved in there as well, young Mr. Warren Boggess. Now, Roy Leaning, he's also probably one of our, how do I say this professionally and maybe with a little bit more aplomb, older gentleman.
The elder statesman.
Elder statesman.
Is that a fair term?
It would have to be a fair term, but again, 4 to 64, possibly 70.
And that just highlights what you've been saying all the way through our opening series of races. Just a wee break here at the moment. Still to come, we've got the 17 plus females. Then we'll be back to the 8-year-old boys, the 8 to 9 girls, the 11 boys, and then we move into the different class, which is the cruiser class. So, Chris, just explain what we're watching at the moment, the difference between the bikes you're seeing on screen at the moment to the cruiser classes, which we'll see in around about four or five classes' time.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, your 20-inch BMX, which is a class that we've been watching for the last number of motos. So that's a 20-inch diameter wheel, front and rear. So it's a slightly lower bike, smaller bike, a little bit more nimble, a little bit faster. Your cruiser class, the wheel size jumps up to 24 inches, so it's a bit more stable, rolls a little bit smoother, and for the most part, slightly easier to ride. Does not mean that the racing is any less exciting. It's just a different size wheel. That has been involved in the sport for many, many years. It was taken out of the elites some years ago, so now the likes of Sarah Walker and our elite boys, they only run a 20-inch wheel now, so the one class. So 24-inch and 20-inch, and many of these riders will double class. So they have double the amount of work to do. They'll finish their 20-inch race, they'll race back to their gazebo, they'll grab their 24-inch, and they'll run, and sometimes they only just make it in time. So they don't get to sit down and relax and cool off because they're straight back on the gate.
Well, we now move on to the 17 and over female section. Still riding the 20-inch, as you heard Chris allude to. We saw a couple of NZ3s just to make it fun. Chelsea Watton and Tyler Shea Donaldson. Also NZ5 in there too. Riley Fever.
And Nigel, when we say 17 plus, there may not be a limit on the upper age group because of the small numbers involved in the racing this weekend. So if it's 17 to 24, the oldest is 24. If it's 17 plus, you could be 35, 45, 55-year-old riding with 17-year-olds. So sometimes that can hurt.
That's Holly Oldham that has jumped out in front from Alexandra. Is it ALX?
ALX, yes it is.
Wow, great. Again, great
Long
to
way
have
from
them up.
home.
Long way from home. I'm sure she's enjoying the glorious conditions. Mind you, she can get a bit snug down there in Alexandra at the best of times as well, just quietly. So
Alex has got quite a good track too, so and beautiful setting. It doesn't get much nicer than that.
well, this is a great start for Holly Oldham. She's going to win this one with Brooke Compain from the Waikato coming through in second spot.
Brooks from Waitakere.
Oh, sorry, excuse me,
Nigel.
Waitakere. My apologies.
No, that's all right. Those abbreviations sometimes can be confusing.
So as we get next, our second of the three motos coming through, and that's Selena Pfister, who's got the advantage, 5.81.
And some of you in the cycling community will know her father, Bruno. Bruno has been in the cycling industry in New Zealand for many, many years. Very good bike expert.
Tough luck taken there. Hopefully the athlete's all right and can pop herself back up and get herself back up and rolling. It looks like she has. That's great to see. So it's a good to see that. Yellow flag being held up there. We've got marshals on the track. See. Now there's a little bit of concern here. They're just moving. You'll see the officials there moving to one side. So the rider has actually stayed down. I thought I'd saw her pop up, but she has stayed down. And so this is
It's
Abby
not
Simcock
uncommon.
coming through.
It's not uncommon, Nigel, for that to happen. So as a rider, you will experience it at some time, and you do just need to, move to the side of the track. It's a lot easier on a track like this because it is so wide. However, if you happen to be in the racing line, generally the marshals will halt the race. But if it's already started, they can't do that.
Here we see, and now the athlete is back up. That's good to see.
Number
That was
293.
Yeah, Brooke Fever. So great that she has been able to pop back up, and she'll finish. And that last race we saw, it was Abby Simcock with the victory over Tony James. Emma Pugh and Caitlin Georgianitis, photo finish at the moment. Can't separate them as of yet on our timing screen. So we'll have to come back and get the update on that one. And now we move on to the 8-year-old boys. 4 motos. You see them dropping in. Getting a great start on the inside. That looks like Tobias Dickinson from Waitakere. Great helmet. You'll be able to follow him on Google Maps with a helmet like that there. Nice and bright.
Yeah, what's available for riders these days is absolutely amazing.
Well, it's all about expressing yourself and showing your personality. So it's great seeing some of the lovely designs. Clearly some have been designed specifically by them for themselves.
Well, absolutely.
I'm actually looking at what Monty Gardner's wearing and thinking, I like that. I like the bright colourfulness coming through. There you see
And
Tobias with a good advantage at the moment.
Yeah, definitely. The kids are lucky these days too. You know, that gear is very light to wear. I think about back in the day, some of the gear we had was as heavy as your granddad's leather coat.
So Tobias Dickinson with the victory over Monty Gardner. Thomas Ford, I should say, third. Ryder Wheeler, that is the most BMX name I could possibly imagine, I think. Josh Braithwaite, Robbie Zilworth and Jackson Kowalski rounding out the top 7.
We're still under a minute for these kids as young as 8, so it is a fast track today.
Underway, this is Moto 2. Again, the colours as well of the bikes too. As they work their way down. What is, as has been alluded to, very long opening straight at the Rotorua BMX Club.
Big corner.
Rocco Beattie out of the East Coast who's leading at the moment. Good energy being shown. Rocco got a nice wee break here at the moment. It's a bit of a gap he's got over Reed Hookway.
You see the lines that a lot of the riders are choosing are very similar. Particularly when you look at your first 2 or 3 riders, they will be very similar right the way through the racing age groups. And those are the riders that have just picked the better lines, the race lines. Obviously, it's shorter if you take a closer line in through your corner.
Great finish there by Maximus Munro. Just getting Reed Hookway on the line as we move through to Moto 3. This is a great break. Leading that one. That is Finn Lawrence out of Hawara. He's cruising along quite nicely. He's got this one in control. So I don't need to expend too much energy. I'm doing all right. I've got Oliver Gallagher behind me. It's all good. We'll meander down to the line. I'll take the W. Thank you very much. Points earned. Cut back to our next moto. Going straight through turn number 1. That's Jai Matanek with the advantage at the moment. But a pressure starting to come his way though from Nelson Urata. Nelson trying to go outside, quite happy, just has a wee look, sits in there behind. So coming through, number 130, that's Brock O'Neill. Now that's nice work by Urata. Gets himself in front. Still holding second comfortably though is Matanek. Oh, that's a good ride. Well done by Nielsen. As we cut our way back to our final moto. And this the boys 8 section. Good field. And that's what I think, I guess, as a BMX person, Chris, that's what you want to see. You want to see those big classes in that particular age group, trying to keep them through, get them going, get them entrenched in the sport.
Yeah, definitely. It's not a big sport here in New Zealand. When you look at the membership list of just over 2,000, and it has been that way for a long time. Basically, because it's not the easiest sport. You know, there's a lot of access to sports fields around the country, whereas a BMX, you turn up, you specifically have to ride this thing, and it can create injuries. It can create stresses and strains on your body that a lot of other sports don't. So yeah, definitely the riders, your membership levels will still stay the same, but we do punch well above our weight here in New Zealand on a worldwide stage.
Dylan Toa, by the way, Toya, I should say, winning the final heat in the boys' 8 as we move on to the 8-9 girls, just the 2 motos in this one. Have you found, because I mean this facility here in Rotorua, right next to the redwoods, the lovely mountain bike tracks, have you found it that maybe, is that a crossover? You get the mountain bikes, maybe. This is a perfect facility. To me, it's a perfect facility, and it's the one where you look at and go, hey, this is the way to do it. BMX here, off-road there, best of both worlds if you want to. That just seems to be a natural connection to me. Is that happening a little bit around the country?
Well, I can't be too biased as a resident of Rotorua and having been born here. But, you know, we have world-class facilities here with the BMX Club and also with the Whakarewarewa Forest. You know, the mountain biking here is top 10 world mountain biking destinations. We have the Crankworks Festival, which brings over the world's best freestyle and downhill riders. We have the Skyline Mountain Biking Park. We've now got this facility here for the BMX Club. Yeah, there is a lot of crossover, and you'll find it goes both ways. You'll have mountain bikers who'll come here to gain skills. You can always tell an ex-BMXer riding a mountain bike. There's something about it. So definitely those skills do transfer.
Wins in the motos for the 8-9 girls for Quinn Lindsay and Maddie Newcomb. As we move on now to the 11-year-old boys, and there are 4 motos in this. And currently leading out at the moment, that is Quinn Hookway. Although he's now coming under a little bit of pressure. That is by Severs. This is going to be a tight one, but C's coming through. Robbie Case. I mispronounced that. Do apologise if I can. So now we're on to the second of our motos in the 11-year-old boys section. As I said, 4 motos. And we'll have 4 rides today, another 2 tomorrow for all of the riders. Remember, this is the amateur riders that we will see today. We'll get to see the elites in action tomorrow. And this is Charlie Lacer at the moment leading. Good little battle for second spot at the moment. Coming through quite nicely there is Caleb White. He's going to get that second spot and the points that go with it. And straight away they drop the gate on our third rack of competitors. As they move into turn number 1, those big, massive banks on that berm. And Sean Mills, the young fella at the advantage at the moment.
Relatively tight field of riders here, Nigel. A lot of these age groups, because of the numbers for nationals, will be a little thinner on the ground, which will spread out the field a little bit more when it comes to racing. But these boys all hang in nice and tight together.
There's going to be a victory for Sean Mills going through. Nixon Poynton will drop in. He'll get the second spot. Cohen Ludlam and Polden in 4th. Here's our final moto in the boys 11. Featuring Lucas Martinet, NZ1. Lucas with the advantage at the moment. You see there, at 11 years old, you see them manually just going through on that rear wheel. Lovely skills that the riders developed from such an early age. Very smooth is Lucas. Bit of pressure coming here though from Zane Williamson. Got it in control of the NZ1. He'll get the W on this. Now we're switching over. It's time for the cruisers.
The big wheels.
So first look at that particular class.
Yeah, we got
this is the 40 to 44 again in Chris's warehouse.
Yeah, that's the one. And Kurt Bagby back in it doing it again in both classes. So, of course, he had his 20-inch race not too long ago, and he's back on the big bike now and doing very well, making short work of it.
Yeah, very comfortable there. Sliding into second. That was Tim Atkinson from Desmond Anderson, Nathan Cornelius in the 4th spot. Now we head back to the second of our motos in the 40 to 44 cruiser. Is that Grant Reedy out in front, just getting a look? No, it's not, excuse me. That's actually Rob Beattie. The advantage, NZ3 is Derek Jelskema. Second spot. Nice and comfortable. Literally cruising to victory in that one there. Was
not
Rob
a bad
Beattie.
time though, 42.
On now to the 45 to 49.
Here we go, world number 7, Dion Youth, local lad, and a very, very competent rider.
Very comfortable. Was that just a wee glance over the left shoulder going around that turn? Comfortably through. Great skills being shown. Another wee Bo Peep. Yeah, got this one in check. Don't need to push it too hard.
Absolutely. Dion, very, very strategic and skilled rider, making short work of that.
Ooh, gee, I tell you what, that second one was a heck of a battle. Who got it? Philip Armstead just over Brent Hancock. Not much in that one at all. So another wee look at this as they come to the line. Oi, just on the inside. Now we're back in NZ5. That is Zane Alexander. Again, another one that you heard Chris allude to before, having ridden before on the 20-inch. Quick change out. Gallop back up to the start gate.
Heart rate's still top level. Deep breathing going on, I can tell you that.
Now we move to the cruiser. Now this is 11 to 14. And this is the mixed class.
That's the one.
So 2 motos in this. And leading at the moment, Jack Gebby. Very comfortable at the moment. Just giving a bit of a chase NZ3. That's Cooper Richardson.
And often the reason for our mixed here, Nigel, is the numbers, basically. We just don't have the numbers at this particular moto for nationals this year. Hence the reason why, there's not as many girls and possibly guys as there could or should be. There we go. We're getting some airtime there, so they're quite quick.
Charging down towards the first right-hander. Swinging around. And up at the front there, looks like that's Nick Cowie, is it? Just trying to grab the numbers off the front. And it is Thomas Webb. 233. Behind in 323, that's Nick Cowie.
You'll notice a lot of these bikes these days, Nigel, are running slick tyres, even though it's called bicycle motocross with the advent of tar seal. You're able to run slick tyres, and the tyre pressures, you'll be very, very surprised to know that they're in excess of 80 to 90 psi.
Well, as we were going through, and you and I were standing together, and we were watching a little bit of the warm-up this morning, and we just heard that familiar bang.
Bang.
And that
There
was
it is.
just a bike tyre just going for no other reason than the fact that it was just a bike tyre just blowing up.
Absolutely. That'll be a pinch flat, maybe running slightly too low pressure or possibly topping it over 100, 110 psi, which is a lot, for a slick tyre. Very, very hard. That's up around road cycling pressures.
So that was the 15 to 16 cruiser class. It's been won by Louis Hint from Matthew Haig, both of them running NZ plates. NZ1 plates. Can you explain that for us as we now move on to the 17 to 39 cruiser males?
Only because they would have been racing age group the previous year. So one's 17, one's 18. So you race in the age group of the age you turn in when you reach that particular year. So if you're 15 and turning 15 in 2021, you're racing 15 boys and girls. But you may be 14 because your birthday is not till October, November. So hence the reason why you end up with a couple of NZ ones in a mixed and spread category.
There we see Daniel Bowers-Wilson. Got a very good start, second in terms of the whole shot. Adam Coker was out of the gate pretty sharply as well, W4.
It's a bit of an age gap there. Adam Coker, your 39 age group, and Daniel Bowers, who would probably still be under 30 if I remember correctly, but both very experienced riders.
As we say, for Adam, you don't get that W on your plate
for no reason.
By being chopped liver. And he's gone through second, so it was Bowers, Wilson's, Coker and Dinsdale rounding out the top three. Brad, the theory.
Oh, here we go. We got local lad in the next one here, Factory Daz Windsor. He's spent a little bit of time in the States, and he's been repping the Bellflower Club in America there. And, very, very long time rider in the sport. You've got Mike Natai, Rocky Elmers, Andrew Fallett, and Greg Hughes as well. Dave Mohi just having a bit of a relax there. He knows these riders very well, and they know him even better.
So comfortably down, and it is Factory Windsor getting the W. And now we go in the second. McLaughlin, Berryman, Boggess, Wilson, and Leaning.
Here we go. RMC, Richie McLaughlin. This boy still does not wear clips. He wears flat shoes, mate, skate shoes.
Old school.
Old school.
Real old school.
Has been old school since the day he started and refuses to ride clips, but his experience is endless. And you can tell right now. Very, very experienced rider, RMC.
Well, so can you explain the reason for that? Do you know the reason why he just sticks with the flats as opposed to going to the clips?
Oh, you've opened a can of worms there, Nigel.
Okay, right. We'll close that right now then if we're going to cause any kind of angst.
No, not angst. When you look at your skills required for riding BMX, you'll notice that riders on flats are a little bit smoother, and I'm going to say this and probably get some flack for this later on today. Your clip shoes have some very, very obvious advantages, but your flat shoes give you the freedom of being able to control your bike a little bit more, and that's just the way RMC likes it, and he's proven it time and time again with his national titles.
Even with some of those, because I know you can have floating clips.
You can.
Does that work in BMX? Is there a similar kind of a setting as we see the 17 to 29 cruiser come through? It's Holly Oldham getting the victory there over Tony James.
Look, your major benefit with your clips is you're able to pull up and push down at the same time, as opposed to just pushing with your lead foot when you're riding flat shoes. And flat shoes, skate shoes, clip shoes, you're actually attached to your pedal. There is a lot of pull required, so some of the clipless offerings on the market do not coincide with BMX because of the pull that gets placed on them.
Sherilyn Anderson and Sophie Hoke going through at the moment.
So Sherilyn's the mum of the Anderson family. So as I say, the whole family's here, mum, dad, and the kids all racing here today.
It's going to be Steph, though, that's going to get the victory over Sherilyn as we work our way through. And that there is the first rack of motos for all of the classes. So all the classes that you will be seeing in action today, all our amateurs, both the cruiser and the standards, they are through, done. That's the first of their motos. And so we now wait for our second set. As we say, 4 lots of motos to roll through today on what is just a stunning day in Rotorua for the 2021 BMX New Zealand National Championships. Proudly presented by Permapine, Spark Business Hub, Red Stag Timber, O'Sullivan Clemens, and presented by skysportnext. As always, the great team at the Stream Shop providing the wonderful pictures and images that you have seen thus far. We've got Tiger, Jason, Keanu, and Aiden on the camera. Daniel's directing and Helen producing, but to be quite frank, Helen's probably also directing Daniel at the best of times as well. As we get set for our second rack.
So this is where the heart rate, Nigel, drops just a little bit. The first race is out of the way. You know, we've only had a couple of crashes where people have introduced themselves to the ground. And so all the nerves have just been steadied and alleviated a little bit. So they'll be back in their respective gazebos relaxing.
Okay, is the flip side, though? You've got through the first one. It's out of the way. That nerves is fine. You're feeling a lot more relaxed. You're also feeling a bit more confident.
Yes.
Is this where maybe people go, right, can I push a little bit harder?
Yes, definitely.
Is this where they start finding the limitations, shall we say?
Absolutely. So everyone has now had a race on the track, which makes a big difference because in practice, you may get up on the gate and you'll be standing next to a 5-year-old, you'll be standing next to a 40-year-old, and you're a 15-year-old. So, of course, you're not going to know where you place in your own group. Now you've had a chance, a bit of a taste to see, who's done more sprinting and who's done more jumping. So, again, the nerves will be less, but then they'll start moving into strategy of where I want to place, who do I need to get in front of. They've had a chance to look at the score sheet and seen their points and seen their ranking. So now it does become very much a strategy, very much a thinking game as to where they want to place.
We see some of our officials just having a wee chat. A few of them taking the opportunity there just to hydrate as well.
It's a long day for our officials out there in the sun. They don't get to hold umbrellas, even in the rain.
Yeah, I saw a lot of them doing the right thing. There was the sunblock being applied very liberally. We got the water which is being delivered to them on a regular basis, and they're staying nice and hydrated. You see a lovely scene. A
lot of the officials you don't get to see either, Nigel. They're out the back in the call-up tent, which is also a very high-stress area for a lot of these riders. For the younger ones, mum and dad aren't allowed in there, so they are herded in like sheep into this big tent, and they're often left in there for 25, 30, 40 minutes. At the big motos, sometimes an hour, waiting for their next race. So the nerves, things going through the brain, people maybe playing a few sledging games on them and making noises like their tyres going down. This all takes place. Anyone will want to get the edge, so there'll be a bit of cheat going on there.
Here we go. This is the Sprockets 5 and under. This is the second run through. So 2 motos in round 2, and there is Luke Buckley straight to the front. And George Wu, who also won his heat. You see George there in the yellow and black. He drops in behind him. Luke, as we say, on his 3rd National Championships, still competing in the 5 and under class. And George, though, hanging with him. Those two you can see have cleared away. Of course, as we say, we talked about the length. This is a very long track, the longest possible or allowed, 399.9 metres, can't be over 400. Tell you what, George is giving Luke plenty of jip here. This could be a very good finish. Yeah, Luke has a wee look over the shoulder and goes, hang on, what's going on here? Normally there's a bit of daylight. He's now going to dig it in a little bit. He's worrying more about George. Just keep riding, Luke. Nah, he's got there in the end.
He makes it. Interestingly enough, Luke's from Mountain Raiders, which is probably one of the shortest and smallest tracks in New Zealand. So certainly more of a technical speed track than an all-out horsepower.
Now as we move into our second heat, and that there is Nikau Simeon leading them through. The 416 plate on the front of his bike. And look, just going around that first turn, gee, they just look dwarfed.
Absolutely
by how big that berm is.
And when you see them dropping in, they seem to fall for about a whole story before they get to the bottom of the track. So it definitely is only just making it up the step up there and into that second turn.
So Nikau, the edge at the moment, cruising through. Wobbly over behind there. I think that might be Noah Lindsay.
And by the looks of it, Noah is on an 18-inch wheel bike. So he's on what they call a micro mini. So super small bike, but he's out there giving it a great go.
Well, it's a really good performance there. And coming through now is Blake Singh. In fact, Blake's really going to push quite hard. Is Blake going to sneak on the line here? Yes, he is. Blake Singh getting through for the W in that one there. Good racing from the under 5s, the Sprockets. Now we turn our attention now onto the 6 to 7-year-old boys.
There we go. You notice a number of them stopped pedaling at the bottom of the ramp there, Nigel. They generated enough speed to know that if they go any faster by continuing to pedal, it's not going to end well. So they're just monitoring their own pace and making sure they're getting through those obstacles real smooth.
Matatani Hill is the young man on your screen right now.
There we go, repping one of the coolest jerseys, the local world champs that we held here in Auckland back in 2013. That shirt must have been a hand-me-down, I'm certain.
Say, it would have to have been, because we wouldn't have even been in existence.
No, exactly.
Well, a little inside there, just cutting that yellow line.
That's definitely the great thing about this sport too. You get to put the silver fern on as young as 5, 6 and 7 years old.
No greater honour in any sport.
Absolutely.
I know the pride is there. You just need to talk to some of the great athletes that have represented New Zealand BMX over time. Talking about Mark Willers,
yes,
the pride that he used to generate by wearing that silver fern. I was lucky enough to be at a ceremony as we're on to our third moto. I was lucky to be at a presentation at Mairoa School in Hamilton, and we were presenting as a part of a Sport Waikato award, but the guest speaker on that day was one Sarah Walker, and listening to her speak about the pride of wearing that silver fern and then the achievement of winning the silver medal and what it meant to her and some of the realizations that she got from winning that particular medal, and the fact that it wasn't about being disappointed not having won the gold, but about having won the silver and the different change. It was really fascinating to hear, but just the passion people speak about when they can wear the silver fern on the world stage, and of course massive world stage that Sarah, Mark and Kurt and Matt, and we've seen it with the likes of Jesse as well coming through as well.
Absolutely.
Just so much pride.
And you get to experience that too as an amateur as well, you know,
Yep.
opening up that box when you get to world champs and pulling out that silver fern, the smile on the faces of the old guys and girls, as well as the young ones. I still have mine hanging on the wall at home, right next to my son, who was 11 at the time. So, he's got the little jersey, I've got the big one.
So now we move on to the 6 to 7 girls. And this is the first of two motos. Jumping out to a nice start there. That's Skylar Hansen, who won the first moto, or her first moto, I should say. Chasing her down, that's Ruby Buckley. Over into that rhythm section. Ruby trying to sneak on the inside there. That's Cameron Colhoun. Got this one nicely going as Skylar. They work their way through down to the finish. And a nice ride. Oh, it's going to be a close race for that second spot.
9 riders in that age group. So, of course, there is going to be one that does not make it to finals today, based on the amount of riders in the group. So that is often something that plays on the rider's mind as well, Nigel, just making sure that they can get enough points to make it clear into the finals. So you've got the pressure of what goes on the track. You've got the pressure of what's going on with your body, your heart rate, your fuel, your water. Are you hydrated? Have you got enough food? And then all of a sudden they turn around and tell you that you might not make it into finals just because you're number 9. So very much a mental game.
Ali Morgan has come through to take the advantage there. Darcy Dumble is trying to battle away, and no, just getting on the inside there. It might have been Mila Deteri who has snuck through. And so we now move on to the second round of motos for the 9-year-old boys. And that is Reef Hendricks leading through on this one. Just got to watch, getting a little bit too close to those yellow lines. You don't want to run foul of the commissaires.
Making sure he's styling it up, though. These kids love to get their bikes off the ground where possible.
He comes through. So Hendricks from Sol Probant, Jackson Gillard and Dix Galvin, 1, 2, 3, 4. Jared Rennie in the 5th spot. Charlie Burke in 6th. We've got a little bit of an issue just with Cody Orr. So we're now set. You see them up on the foot picks.
They've got to balance.
Look at the concentration on the face of Rico Ryan. He's ready to go. And away.
Big pedal down there. Oh, mate, spinning. Absolutely flying down there.
This big long straight as we allude to. And it is going to be Rico Ryan. He was the quickest out of the gate as well. Got the whole shot. Putting it to good advantage as well. 5-1-2 behind is Dylan Zarsley. Now coming through as well as Angus Morgan, NZ5. Rico Ryan at the moment. You've seen John Hansen, NZ6, come through actually, not the 5. Angus Morgan though in there, so you can see ranked riders 1, 2, 3 at the moment. They're going to get the points here. And it's going to be Ryan from Hansen and Morgan. Zazi coming through in 4th spot. Drop down, great start by Charlie Withington. NZ2. I'd like to go one better. Out of Tauranga. Stronach, NZ7 from Christchurch in behind him.
And as we drop down in there, Nigel, we went for a walk down in there, and I'm not a tall man, but you definitely are. TV does hide how big this track actually is.
And I think it's like most sports. I think you really do sometimes. There are certain things you just have to go and see and be at.
Absolutely.
To genuinely experience it, to understand maybe the speed of an America's Cup boat. You need to probably, go to those sort of events to understand the hits of a rugby game.
Yes.
You can't beat it live. For BMX to fully appreciate the magnitude of the drops, there's a little bit of a tumble there. To understand the magnitude of the drops, the width of the jumps, you've really got to come to a BMX track, particularly this one, because as I say, we will see it tomorrow. You'll see the 8 metre. You're dropping off 5 in this one here as Leon Dumbbell comes through. But you will see the 8 metre drop is just quite colossal. You've got to see it to believe it, and to appreciate it.
You have to understand that is one of the reasons why all of the big ramps in New Zealand have gates or chains at the bottom of them. We just cannot have riders who have not experienced it or inexperienced attempting these. The elite riders tomorrow will be topping out 65, nearly 70 Ks at the bottom of that ramp. That is not slow. On the 5 metre ramp, you're talking 45 to 50 K, which is, as fast as your car travels down through your neighbourhood. So we are talking very, very quick, but all you have underneath you is a very small bike.
Ben Anderson got the whole shot and he's maintained it at the moment, leading through in this, the first heat, or the second round of motos in the boys 10 division. Is it true you actually, for this track, you have to get, is it a license or some kind of a card that says you can drop down on the 8 metre ramp?
Yes, so with a number of the elite ramps within the country, you do need to be licensed. You need to be a licensed club member for starters, but you also need to be licensed and approved by the committee. And all that is just making sure people are safe. Unfortunately, if you go back in the news in the last 10 years, we have had a couple of very, very bad experiences that were fatal. It's not something that you want to admit or know about within a sport, but unfortunately those people did hurt themselves. So, you do have to be very, very careful in the sport.
That was a close finish. Who got that
very
one?
Close.
Cade Manava, we're talking 100th of a second, if that. That was from Tim Creswell. Great finish. Dylan Fox rolling through in 3rd in that previous heat, by the way. This is the next moto of the boys 10. 2 more to roll through. Sorry, 3 more to roll through, I should say. This is a nice wee battle at the moment between Xavier Bell and it's Max Hay in behind. And it looks as though Xavier is going to get the job here. Max digging in hard, but Xavier Bell gets the win over Max Hay. Ethan Beattie it was, rolling through in 3rd spot. And underway again, great hole shot there by Nixon Banks, and he gets the advantage, but he's being chased hard. That's Khalil Alexander, NZ2, NZ6. Khalil trying to get to the outside here. Maybe try and work a different line. He's quite happy to drop back in. Maybe try and get a little bit of pace generating off that berm. Lovely through the rhythm section, both of these riders. And they've cleared out quite comfortably. Cut back on the inside, but this looks pretty comfortable for Nixon at the moment. Khalil going well, but I think he's just going to settle for second. And we look over his shoulder, he's got it comfortably. So on to our final heat. This is the 10 boys. Second round of motos, and it's pretty good work there by Ashton Payne.
They're all very close up here. First through to fifth.
Wow. Not a whole lot in terms of their start time, actually. The top five, well within just like a tenth of a second of each other out the gate. As we now see Ashton, the three-plate holder, coming through. Good battle coming here, though. Liam Clifford not giving it up without a fight. It's as though Ashton is going to maintain to the finish. Surge at the end there by Liam. As we work our way through, so glad you're with us on Sky Sport Next. This is the 2021 BMX New Zealand National Championships. We're watching the first of two motos, the second run through for the 10 girls. See all the different plates that you'll see. You'll see an O, you see an NZ, so obviously New Zealand ranks, and then you've got the Oceania ranking.
And then you have different colours as well, of course, for the classes. So it adds to a bit of variety in working out who's where and what.
At the moment, it is Kiana McHugh. She is ahead of Luca Penny, just from Abby Story Frailing, and then Sophie Penny pushed back into that fourth spot. As we now move on to Holly Nielsen out of Waitakere. Nice jump. She's got a lead over Asha Napier-Anderson. You work away around, so it's down that long straight, slightly shorter, coming back up towards the 8-metre ramp, and tomorrow we will actually see those elite riders transition over the top of that second to last turn. It's a nice ride by Holly Nielsen out of Waitakere. She'll get the job done. Asha Napier-Anderson second, and then Courtney Smith in third spot. Now we move on to the 11-year-old girls. And that is NZ7. That's Sophie Calhoun. A good start, actually. 10th better than anyone else in terms of flying the gate, and she's turned that into a really nice advantage here, Chris.
Yeah, look, the level of these kids just increases year on year in terms of their skill set. They get to see, YouTube has been amazing for giving these kids access to international riders and, of course, coaches as well. So they see what's going on and they start to emulate that very much in their own racing.
As we see the next moto get underway. I've seen a couple of riders in recent times heading over to Europe. I think Bailey Luttrell.
Yes.
Well, she was based in, was it either Belgium or was it Copenhagen? I'm trying to remember. It was
pretty certain it was Copenhagen, I think.
Yeah.
Sorry, just a little bit out of touch with how Bailey was going.
Yeah, it was just, I mean, you as you prepare for these events, you sort of read up, and that was something I noticed. I was just wondering, is that quite common as we have another tight finish there? It's going to be Beth Walker just from Molly Buckley and Holly Tribble.
We have a lot of riders that sort of in their later prime years, you're sort of 16, 17, 18, heading over to the superpowers, the likes of the States and particularly Europe. You have multiple gold medal winner, based in those areas. You've got Connor Fields in the States, so you could be in LA or anywhere in California, and a gold medalist will turn up to your track and he'll race beside you. So you don't get a lot of that kind of coverage all the way down here in New Zealand. So a lot of these riders try and head out to that way.
Cannon NZ1 getting the victory in that heat from NZ2. Nicola Mapu, Addison Rutherford in the third spot. So I guess when we think cycling, just cycling in general, I guess our eyes generally look towards the likes of Europe. We know that there is a bit of strength in BMX, and the likes of Colombia and Argentina has also sort of very much come through as a strong here. But when you think about a lot of the cycling, you think of the likes of the Netherlands, you think Belgium. Latvia, I think, they had some very good riders coming through as well.
Mr. Maris Strombergs from Latvia,
one,
the first man to win a gold, and then the second man to win a gold, and multiple world champion at World Cup level.
But again, and you throw in the likes of France. I mean, I think of the likes of Joris Duda, guys like that. So I would have thought that if a young rider has the opportunity, are those their opportunities to go and base yourself and be in and around it in a similar way again to use the comparison, the way like young motocross riders get the chance to go up there and be at the heart of it.
Yes, and sadly a lot of it comes down to finance.
As always,
we're not, a big nation where the population of the states, they can send a team of 20 riders away. Because their cycling program, they're dealing in millions. We're a population of just under 5 million, so things like cycling often doesn't get the credit that it deserves. But again, we still punch definitely above our weight on the world stage.
Third heat, this is the 12 boys, Deegan McCormack. Now, just to go back to as we were discussing there, it was Bruno Nemeti winning the opening moto. This is the second run through, by the way, for all these athletes. Bryson Joyce winning the second race. This is the third of the 4 motos in this particular class. Second run through. They'll have 4 motos each today and then another 2 tomorrow. And every single race counts. Leading up to those particular events. Now, we do have to stress as well, so 4 motos today, 2 tomorrow, and then what they will do is they will head into the difference. It could be quarterfinals, semi-finals, finals. It does depend on the number of riders that they have.
I do understand we have 1 quarterfinal age group, so the rest will be semis and, of course, straight into the finals. And what is very exciting is your semi-finals tend to be even faster than your finals, because there's just that little bit more requirement to make it into your final 8.
You saw NZ1 Deegan Connor winning that heat from Jack Jorgensen.
Nice and close racing here from these girls.
As we switch over, this is just the one field. This is the 12 girls, and you can see very tight racing at the moment. You see all of those athletes going down that third straight, penultimate straight. There's Madeline Hunter with the advantage, now cutting up the inside. Danica Bergerson. This is going to be a good finish. Now, good response as well from Madeline. Gets the job done. From Bergerson, from Waite, Alison Reichelman. That was a great race. The top 7 just separated by 2.5 seconds. As we're on to the 13 boys, 3 motos. And there you see Jack Young, NZ1. They do a bit of work, though, just to get to the front there.
It's always close racing in BMX. It is a short sport. You are talking for most of the tracks around New Zealand between 35 and 45 seconds for a lap. So you don't have a lot of time to muck around. You've got to get in. You've got to get it done real fast. And, mate, she's down to the wire on these ones.
Jack just had to dig in a little bit there because Regan Smith was hunting him there. But nice work. Jack Young gets the W again. Regan Smith second. Jacob Shaw in third spot.
Pushing that bike out across the line, making sure they get every last inch.
Fred Cooper out of Christchurch, NZ4. He's got the advantage at the moment. I tell you what, if the Crusaders get up over the Chiefs tonight, there'll be a few Cantabs who'll be rubbing it into the folks. This is Chiefs country, of course, from a Super Rugby Aotearoa point of view. Tyler Dinsdale. Get up the inside. This is going to be a good finish. I think Taylor might have got that one. And he has.
He has taken it.
Goodness gracious me. That 2/200ths of a second.
There we go. We're flying into the next one too. We've got bikes in the air. Big lead out of there on the W2.
Yep, that is Luke Brooks-Smith. Great hole shot as well. 10th quicker than anyone else. Really flew the gates nicely and now can just cruise, style if he desires. Just making it look very easy. Beautiful bike control.
Beautiful double manual there across the line.
So Luke Brooks-Smith from Tom Coleman, NZ2, and James Wallace. Max Richardson, NZ5, and 4th, and then Corbin Manava was 5th. So a lot of plates in that particular group. Action keeps rolling here at the 2021 BMX NZ National Championships. You just got no time whatsoever. As soon as one lot roll over, they are unleashing the next rack. It's great to watch. We're now watching the 13 girls. Coming through comfortably for the W there is Peyton Taylor from Monienia, and then Nikita Clark. As we cut back to our next heat, here you see Ursula Summers. She's chasing hard on Nadia Gambiani, who's got the advantage at the moment.
Again, a lot of pedaling on this track, Nigel. This is one of those weekends where they will be digging deep into their endurance and really, really pushing as hard as they can, because there's just a lot less time in the year, more time on the ground.
Gambiani gets the dub. Summers second, Hancock third. Lysa and Elmas. Now to the 14 boys. 3 more motos, second time through. Ripping around the outside, and that's NZ3. That is Jack Gibby. We've seen Jack pretty busy today. The action as he works their way through. Beautiful bike control.
Young Matty McGregor in there, and he belongs to the Rotorua club president. So I'm sure whilst Mum's trying to run the event or help run the event, she's busy cheering him along as well.
Cooper Richardson, NZ4, got the whole shot and has put it to good use. Action, you see that transition there, that big ramp right in the middle of your screen. They'll be jumping that when the elites get underway tomorrow.
And it is certainly a sight to see.
So Richardson, nice advantage at the moment over Angus Thompson. Angus will be ruining, missing the start a wee bit there in terms of everyone else. Seeing the last out of the gate. So Richardson, Thompson, Pyle, Bain, Allen and Rutherford. 6, and this is Finn Cogan. He flew the gate as well. Bit of pressure coming here in behind him though from Tyler Waite. That Waite family that you've heard our expert analyst Chris Newsom speak about. Both going quite high on the exit there, trying to generate a bit of extra speed. Great camera shot, that one.
A few style points there.
Through.
Plenty of manuals, a few nose dabs in there as well. Those boys are setting the bar very high in terms of their bike skills.
So this is Nick Cowie, all the way out from Southland. That's Brock Nelson trying to chase. They work on through. Nice, look at that work there by Brock trying to come up the inside. Gee, that's a beautiful.
That's the way.
You want an example of how to ride that section? There it is right there. That was beautiful. Brock Nelson. A lovely penultimate straight. The technique. Gets the win from Cowie. Ingles in third spot. Move on. 2 more motos. This is the 14 girls. Trying to duck on the inside there. That was Bella Birchall trying to get up the inside of Hannah Mason. Mason holding nicely. Birchall, will she try to cut back again? Yes, she does. This is a big drag race. Bella's got that inside. Yep, going to get it done.
There we go. Those two have good ding-dong battles in their races all the time. Great to watch.
Bella Birchall from Hannah Mason, Gracie Owen, Roger Stupa and Cassian Lewis. NZ1, Lily Green up with the advantage. Only a full 10th of a second better out of the gate. As we saw, Renee Coleman-Savage chasing hard.
Greenhoff's big BMX family. The brothers do very, very well as well. And huge supporters of the sport, which is always great.
Nicely through. And it'll be Lily with the win over Renee. And going back to Ali Biddick and Shadali Biscara coming through in 4th spot. On to the 15 boys. 3 motos. Second time through.
Back in the big boys' domain now, so there's plenty of speed, plenty of skill. Very quick through the rhythm section there.
Ben James out of Alexandra leading them through 8:06. They're looking very comfortable as they head over that tabletop. Nicely through. Double manual to finish. Ooh, it's a It's a big hit, big lick involving those three.
Yeah, definitely. They'll be feeling that, and they'll probably have a few grazes as well. The lime surface of the track is not very forgiving when it comes to skin.
That's one thing, though, we do have to say, some of the protective technology. We talk about advances in a lot of things. I noticed a couple of riders wearing the neck supports, that sort of thing. The guards that they are able to use still hurts.
Yes,
it's got to be said, but I guess some of those more the superficial stuff, maybe some of the protect some of the skin a little bit better.
The difficult side of it as well, Nigel, is if you have too much protective gear on, it restricts your ability to move. And movement is critical. This is one of the very few sports where your entire body is, your fingers are clenching around your handlebars, your arms are moving, your hips are moving, your legs, your toes are pointed depending on where you are on the track. And you can't cover it all. So, yeah, you will lose some skin.
Lewis Anderson from Will Skipper, Cameron Lang in that heat. Ben James, Matthew Haig, Caleb Morgan, 1, 2, 3 in the opening heat. This is our final of the 15 boys. Same for all our classes today. 4 motos. We'll have another 2 tomorrow. Big charge up the inside by Case Krofsky. Now trying to cut back again. That's Emmanuel Abdelmalak. It's going to be a good one for Krofsky. Back to the 15 girls. There's the 5 competitors. In the front there you see Jada Lily Lees, the Rotorua club.
It is,
yes.
And her father was a very good BMXer, again, 90s, early 2000s. And, Jada seems to be following along in his footsteps.
Works her way through, swings through that final left hand, being chased there by Sasha Ernest. Kyra Waite. Spoken of that particular family. Here are the 16 boys. This is 2 heats. That is Jesse James Green. Speed as they're coming through. Trying to get to the outside, Louis Hunt. Cuts back. Use some of the size of that berm. Climb through. Lovely work by all those riders through that rhythm section. Over the tabletop. This is going to be a nice win for Green. Hunt will take second. It'll be tough to their way through. Here is just on an absolute flyer by Greenoff.
Those
what
legs
a
are spinning pretty hard.
Well, he's flowing the gate a tenth over, probably a tenth and a half quicker than Seb Bernard. Oh, now he stacks it. Blew that one a bit. Now this is given a real opportunity for Bernard, who was that second rider out.
There we go. That just shows the
margins.
The grip level. Yeah. It gets to a point and then it just says no.
Let's have another look at this one.
Taking that corner nicely, leaning over, and the front just washes out, turning too sharply as he was coming back into his line.
So that's Jack, though, has worked his way through to the end. This is the first indication of the margins that we've heard Chris talking about so expertly throughout our morning sessions. We're well into the afternoon now. We switch over to the 16 girls. And that is Caitlin Flavel at the front. Lily Candy trying to get on the inside, and Lily's actually just going to roll through and get the job done. So Caitlin will be second.
Still allows Caitlin to move forward, of course. Certainly finishing first, second or third definitely keeps you within cue of making it into the finals. In the smaller groups, you do have to watch that when your groups are considerably larger.
World number 8, Leela Walker, leading Brooke Penny, Oceania number 2. They're looking very comfortable.
Yeah, certainly Leela stamps her dominance on her age group and this sport. A very successful rider.
And so, Leela from Brooke and Jamie Lee Owen And Brooke Keown with a photo finish for third in that previous heat. We move now on to the 44s. And looks like Kurt Bagby is it up front. This is where he's been most of the day, so it shouldn't surprise. And yes, it is. Nice and easy around there. Is that chasing hard? That looks like Glenn Ogle. And Glenn just holding out Derek.
There we go. So they're maintaining their speed. So these boys haven't backed off at all. In fact, they've probably got a little bit faster over their last moto.
So Kurt just over the 40-second marker, 40.2 for this track. We say 399.9. Because you cannot have anything 400 or over, so they take it right to the very limit.
And here we talk about the old boys getting buck wild. You got Ken sitting back there, NZ2, and looks like JT's just going to chillax and just roll through there.
Yeah, Ken Feist from Zane Alexander, JT Napier, Tony Thornley, Robert Hickens and Mark Lewis. You really should see when these older riders come through. If we had a camera on our co-commentator, you just see the fidgeting. The old rider mentality there. He just can't help himself. He's just thinking, oh, could I have one more time?
Oh, definitely. I'm sure the boys, once they realise I'm here talking a bit of smack about them, will probably come over and hand me a helmet. But hey, look, maybe next year.
Your daughter, who sung the national anthem, she had a shirt that you could have a riding top.
Oh yeah,
you could have borrowed that one as well.
I think the middle-aged spread has kicked in a little bit more than I'd like it, Nigel.
Daughter did a beautiful job, by the way, with the national anthem. Chris, I'm sure you're very proud of Caitlin. Did a great job.
Yeah, absolutely. She's taken it up to the next level.
Well, youngest Rock Quest finalist.
Finalist, singer-songwriter, and many instruments under her belt, and she's started teaching music as well. But we're still getting down and dirty here.
Yep. So
we're racing the big boy class.
I'll tell you what, the team from the Stream Shot do the odd live musical thing, so maybe you can have a chat with Daniel and Helen afterwards. There might be an opportunity there for Caitlin. One of the sessions that the Stream Shop, who are doing the wonderful coverage here with the images.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, it's technology has been welcomed so quickly into the sport. Not being able to show anybody or your friends overseas what you do for fun on the weekends, whereas now, they can sit there and stream and scream all at the same time with you.
Well, if you are watching us via Sky Sport Next, the YouTube channel, so glad that you are with us watching the opening day 2021 BMX National Championships, Rotorua and Aotearoa, putting on an absolute show at the moment. Beautiful, absolutely beautiful conditions. We just watched the 17 to 24 male, Mark Edwards, Scott Donaldson, Conor Mayen, the top three in the opening moto. Then it was Zachary Kershaw, Daniel Bowers-Wilson and Logan Hurst, 1, 2, 3 in the second. This is now the 35 to 39 male.
And you've got some big boys representing here, the likes of Adam Coker and Tim Ferguson and Richie Stratford. Names that are synonymous with the sport over the last 25 to nearly 30 years.
Stratford was looking to try and cut to the inside of Coker there. Let's see again if he tries to go that line. No, Coker holding nicely.
Yeah, very strategic riding. You are going to want to watch these semi-finals here.
So coming through, that's Coker from Stratford. And it was Ferguson coming through in third with Scott Silver in fourth. Good times as well by Coker, dipping under 38 seconds, so they're not mucking around. Moving on now to the 25 to 34 males. Again, just the one field. So coming down is Alan Frank with the advantage. And Cody Keach had a great race. It's Cody you see behind there. Plate number 236. So Cody had the chance to try and duck under the inside. Alan ready for it this time.
Yeah, Alan been away from BMX for a few years, but looks like he's making quite a good comeback there.
Ethan Wee coming through for third spot. Carl Allison fourth and Hayden Stockman. Let's now go to the 50 plus males again, just the
here we go,
small
the big
class
boys on the course. Former world champion David Mohi making very short work, and another rider that does not wear clips. He's wearing flat shoes, in fact, your skate sneaker shoes. And, a lot of experience in that man there. Not a small gentleman when you're on the bike next to him. He's over 6 foot, so you certainly know when you're beside him.
Interesting to note there as well, we've seen a lot of the riders either trying to this roller through or manual through, getting a little bit of air through that rhythm section there, just the odd jump, nothing major.
No, definitely. It's certainly faster. So when you're generating pace, when you're manualing, you do get faster from the start of that particular straight to the end of it. So it's just a progression to just jump out of it. It's definitely smoother, and it just makes for a lot more comfortable riding.
Chelsea Watton at front, in the front at the moment, the two NZ3s. It's got a good start. Emma Pugh, 2-1-1 chasing.
And this category is
nicely.
also very, very competitive. We've got a lot of this age group that do punch very high on the world stage. So these girls do really fight very, very hard to get these title numbers.
Well, we're just looking, we're talking a second and a half from first through to fifth.
Absolutely.
In that particular race. On to the second rack. It's 3.
You got a great rider there from Waitakere, Tony James, representing New Zealand at Mini World Champs, of course, currently running the W4 plate. So you know she's here for business.
Abby Simcock, though, with the advantage at the moment. It's Tony Gott heading into this final turn. Looks like Abby's got this one quite comfortably over the tabletop there as they work their way through.
But again, I think we're going to see the strategy really starting to kick in, and a lot of energy saving going on as well, because they know they're in the top echelon of their group, so they're just going to be saving a lot for their final.
Brooke Compain out in front in this one. Plate number 77 out of Waitakere. And from Zoe Hartwell. Nicely through all of that again. Close racing from these 6 ladies. It's a time. No, head straight forward, not having a look. Comfortably through. And that's a nice victory for Brooke Compain.
Yeah,
Zoe Hart will hold on for second. Yes, she does.
Absolutely well done by these girls. It's really good these days too, the old social media. You're able to keep up with these riders and their progress and their rankings, of course, and see where they are. And it makes it a lot easier to support the riders that you want to see riding.
Second time through for the 8-year-old boys. We've got 4 motos here. Nice big field. And that man on your screen is Tyler Cochran out of Tauranga. Chasing behind him there, 666. Ryder Wheeler. Ryder cutting to the inside as well, even as they go down the straight.
So another thing that I haven't mentioned yet, Nigel, is the less riders you have at an event of this size, the quicker your racing happens. So there's a lot less time in between your races to recuperate, recover, get hydrated, warm up, warm down. So this is where the riders will really start to be feeling it. This is their 3rd moto. It's happened within a space of a few hours, when sometimes you're talking an hour in between your rides. So you'll notice a bit of a change moving on from this point onwards as to their strategy and their lines that they're taking, and possibly their energy levels.
Wheeler, Cochran, Taylor, 1, 2, 3 in that opening moto. As we're on to the second of 4. And the man at the front, that is Dylan Toya. Nice wee little edge there at the moment. It's Finn Lawrence chasing out of Hawara. Good low push coming through here on the inside. Getting there nicely. So it was Toya from Lawrence and Brock O'Neill. Go down to the next heat, which is underway. Sorry, there's at 5 heats in this one, excuse me. At the moment, this is Nielsen Urata. Had the victory last time out. And Jai, I should say, Martinet. Nice little work. You see how hard they're working through there. Nice wide, nice bit of air there. This is going to be a nice, comfortable win. Oh, just pushing him a little bit at the end.
You will definitely have to watch it.
So that's a nice win. Nielsen from Jai with Thomas Ford in 3rd. Back we go. That's Nixon Murphy. Ooh, still stays on. Got the chance. He'll get himself back and going. He's lost a bit of momentum. So he's handed that advantage over. And it's been pounced upon by Rico Beattie.
And that is one thing that does happen when you do ride without clips, is that the potential for your foot coming off the pedal is very high. Now, these guys aren't allowed to run clip pedals purely for a health and safety perspective and rider development. They do need to still develop their joints, which comes down to looking after the riders as a community.
6:01 is Dylan Smith out of the Hull Club. He got the whole shot and he's used it very well. Tobias Dickinson is in second spot, chasing hard. Tobias, if memory serves, victor in the opening round of motos. In fact, he did win because I remember his bright orange helmet. Very prominent at the front. There's an opportunity here as they go wide. Can he swing back in? He's defended nicely there, Dylan Smith, but this is going to be a bit of a drag race now. You see Tobias. Yeah, we'll just put the foot down.
He's just stretching his legs.
Driven through, no strategy there, just win. As old Oakland Raiders owner Al Davis used to say, just win, baby, and that's what he's done. Now we move on to the 8 to 9 girls. This is a smallish class with the 2 motos. We are on our second go through. And the young lady leading, Maddie Newcomb. Another local, very familiar, I'm sure. They spend plenty of time on the track. As a wee look, goes, yep, no, I got this one in control. Don't need to push it too much. Just cruise, roll them away to the line. Does it nicely. Nice win there for Newcomb. And she gets that one coming through second. Who did just grab that one on the line? It was Lexi Silver and then Chloe Dinsdale, NZ2.
Still very tight racing across first to fourth, which is great to see because that'll make for great racing at the end of the weekend.
Jayla Jenkins with the advantage at the moment from Holly McCabe, NZ3. Work their way through. This is the 8 to 9 girls. Nice little break here that Jayla's got. Round. Now cutting, going a slightly narrower line there was Honor McCabe, but going to be enough. Jayla's going to get there. No problems at all. Honors drops in for second with Quinn Lindsay in third. So over now to the 11-year-old boys. Boys 11. Again, we've got 3 fields. Second moto through for these riders. As we're saying, all the classes today are the amateur riders. You get to see those elites in action tomorrow via Sky Sport Next. All the amateur classes, 4 motos apiece today. As we're getting close to finishing our second run through. This is going to be a good finish. And nicely done again. Nice, good, close racing. Okay, Silver from Ben Shaw, Seb Stetner and Sean Mills, your top 4. And here is Charlie Lyser leading this particular moto through. I keep looking at that kicker there that we'll see the elites go and think it's a hell of a gap that they're going to have to clear tomorrow.
Yeah, you're looking at 10, 11 metres for most of the jumps here, Nigel, and that is self-propelled takeoff. So if there's no throttle, there's no motor, so you can't just twist if you think you're going a bit slower. And 10 metres. If you're at home, pace it out. It'll be easily the length of the biggest room in your house, possibly the lounge, possibly half of your house if you're living in a caravan.
Lysa, Russell, Thornton, 1, 2 and 3 in that previous moto. So we'll move our way now on to our next. This is the boys 11. 2 more to go. Leading them down, that is Zane Williamson. This is another good close race. 5 riders really working quite tightly together. Swinging to the outside. Zane with the advantage. It's going to be tight though for these minors. Looking through, Williamson gets it done. Pedaling. Looks like it's got Quinn Hookway through. Yes, it has, from Nixon Point. And Cohen Ludlam and Connor Bergen photoed for 4th and 5th. Get a chance to have a look at the NZ1 plate holders. And there you see him leading them through. That is Lucas Matane. Chased hard by Caleb White. Colson Emery as well in the mix there. Matane now trying to cut back hard is Caleb White. This sets up a good run to the line. Working through. Well, he got him on the inside. That's nice work, Caleb White. Just tried that different line in the final turn. Paid off for him.
Absolutely. These guys will be trying every line that they can. And a lot of it will be based on their previous moto as well.
So back to the cruisers. And this is the 42, 44-year-olds, male. And
so Rob Beattie, Tim Atkinson, Nathan Cornelius, long-time supporters of the sport and been racing for quite some time now.
As they work their way through, coming to the end, there is Rob Beattie, who gets that job done, as you saw the other riders get led away, and there he is, Kurt Bagby. Doesn't really like having people in front of him, does he, Kurt? He definitely likes to be a front runner, as he's done in all his races so far.
No, you definitely got to bring your A game if Kurt's on the gate beside you.
Well, he flew out 800ths of a second quicker than Desmond Anderson, who was next fastest clearing the gate.
There's a reason for that. The faster you leave the gate, the less chance there is of someone running into you, because we're a little bit old and wobbly sometimes.
So it was Bagby from Anderson. I'm just going to leave that comment lie exactly where it is right there. Christopher, as we get to see...
That's all right. They'll get me later on.
I know they will. I know they will. I just don't want to be near you when that happens. That is all. Dion Ewith, world number 7. That's what the W stands for, these different plates that you see. That's number 7 in the world.
Taking it easy, keeping that heart rate low, because he knows he's got some work in the final.
Dion comes through very comfortably. Nice time as well, just over the 40-second mark, so it's not like he was dawdling by any stretch. Brett Hancock second. And then Stephen Gallagher with Shane White in the 4th spot. Just a 4 in that. 5 in this one. And we see out in front, looks like Philip Armstead, I should say. A bit of a chase there by the 2 different riders wearing the NZ5. It's Hodder and Alexander. That's Zane in behind there in the blue. Trying to get to the inside. Bit of a finish. Oh, big stretch.
It's a push. Are we going to photo? No.
No, Zane just, and I mean just.
Very just.
100th of a second.
These boys keeping it very clean this weekend, Nigel. I'm very impressed.
It's only Saturday, Chris.
It is only Saturday.
Alexander, Armstead, Perrott, Hodder, Whiteman, the 5 in that one there.
Yeah, most of us were pretty dodgy from the start, to be honest, mate. So I'm very impressed with the lads. Keeping it upright. They want to go home.
Well, there are some people who feel as though your retirement did coincide with the cleaning up of this particular
possibly,
grade, Chris.
You don't know how correct you are, mate.
But as I said, it is only Saturday. This is really setting up, and you've heard Chris allude to it with the way the formats work. All races count, so they're all accumulating the points, and then come tomorrow. Depending on the size of the field, we could be looking at, we've got one class which does have the quarterfinals, semi-finals, finals, and that's
absolutely
a case of you've got to finish top 4 to make it through to the decider.
Yes, in your semis, you've got to be top 4 out of those 2 motos to then move on. And then it is all on or it's all on. So you're either first or you're last.
And you see Jack Gibby getting through from Thomas Webb, Nick Cowie, Joshua Allen. As we move on now to the 15-16 cruiser male. It's the 5 riders in this one. Some real quality.
Yeah, definitely some skill being displayed there. You will have noticed over the first step-up jump, he was on his back wheel, which is essentially manualing, but he started pedaling at the same time, so generating speed whilst he's getting through the particular jump. So a lot of that skill set practiced time and time again to be able to implement that in a race setting.
Matthew Haig, you see him coming through looking very comfortable. Getting a bit of air, having a bit of fun, style points. Not that you get style points, but he wins. Louis Hunt, I should say, with the victory from Matthew Haig. Excuse me. NZ1 and NZ1. And it was Atkinson, Arnold and Barnett. On to the 17 to 39 cruisers. Second time through. Seeing the W4, that's Adam Coker. Going around the top of him goes Daniel Bowers-Wilson. Cut back in.
So you notice these boys are just playing it up a little bit. They are definitely saving their energy for their 20-inch class or possibly the finals.
Second run through. So that was Corey Walden from Bowers-Wilson, Dinsdale, Coker, Buchanan and Murphy in that previous moto. And now, the second run through, as I say, there is the 4 motos today. There is Carl Ellis and Brad Terry, I think it might have been. Yes, it is. Again, you just saw Carl just sort of, Carl was just sort of ease up slightly. So when you look at that particular field, there'll be a couple of riders to drop out of that one as we're now on to the 50-plus cruisers. You see McLaughlin leading them out. And then it is Greg Hughes, Factory Windsor. It does appear a second time through that they're taking it. We were talking about the nerves. These guys, I guess, don't have nerves because they've been doing it for so long. It does appear as though they're just sort of cruising. It almost looks at the time like it's a bit of a training ride.
Yeah. Look, and that comes down to A, skill, and B, experience. You know, all of these boys have been riding a very, very long time. So they know the group that they're in. And to be honest, a lot of them will know their final standing before they get to it, based on you could pretty much in some age groups work out who's going to win the final from the first moto. Now, in saying that, anything can happen. One of them can go down and can take 3 others down, and then, you know, somebody who wasn't expecting it takes it out. So, yeah, they will be guarding themselves very, very carefully because they know come finals, anyone will take it.
Carl Berryman at the front of this one here from Mike Nartite.
And our illustrious leader there, Warren Golden Wheels Boggess, doing well too. So BMX New Zealand president. So he practices what he preaches.
Now, is he just sort of cruising there knowing that he's probably got some other official duties? That means he may not want to get to the semi-finals and finals there? Or what's the go there? He'll be having a crack?
I'll be honest, he's 100%, mate. He's in fact probably 115%.
Well, great to see, as you say, to have the leaders of the sport out there showing it. Great example to all involved.
Yeah,
gee, that was
absolutely
tight. Crikey. Oh, that was by the merest of margins. That's 0.02 of a second between Tony James and Caitlin Georgiantis for second and third. Holly Oldham with the victory. That was in the 27-29 cruiser female, 35 plus now. Again, we see some of the doyens of a few very good ones, the matriarchs of some very good BMX families.
Oh, look, and it's absolutely awesome to have both mum and dad for a lot of these age groups racing alongside their kids. So everybody has experienced that stress and pressure, but they're able to support each other as well. A lot of riders that turn up by themselves often find themselves just zoning out, whereas you get to come back and, you all get to celebrate each other's wins.
Steph Howick from Sherilyn Anderson, Sonia Rennie and Kyla Newton, and Lisa Anderson and Nancy James.
And we're back on the little ones again.
Here we go. So second roll through, third lot of motos. We peek at a few of the standings as we come on through, just having a nosy here and there. Great system that is used in terms of being able to keep an eye on how things are going. That is Nikau Simeon, who is leading at the moment, plate number 416. You can see these young fella, the Sprockets, 5 and under. This is their third go-through for today. Bit of a challenge.
Yeah, look, it's great to watch these young ones. This sport builds such confidence in them. They have to do so much by themselves, and the pressure of performing in front of, often a number of thousand people watching over them, and here they are doing something that's pretty extreme and coming away with often a win and some really good experiences.
Yeah, and as we say, this is a big track, right on the edge of the limits, and there you see the victory there before Nikau Simeon. Now here is George Will and Luke Buckley.
They had a bit of a ding-dong battle in the last race.
Luke has got the better so far, but George has got the good start here. So George in the yellow and black, Luke in the green, and they have cleared out these two. Luke coming through. Oh, he's just running this rhythm section a bit better. He's got the inside here, Luke. George has given that to him. Looks to try and cut back on the inside. Luke having a wee bo peep. Continues to look. Yeah, Luke Buckley's going to make it 3 from 3. Tell you what, he likes to know where his opposition is at all time, does Luke Buckley. Oh, that was a bit of a drop there for one of our athletes in the opening of our 3 motos. Third run through in the 6 to 7 in the Sprockets. Jake Pomare, they're leading them through at the moment.
And just as I was talking about before, Nigel, a bit of a shout out to a BMX coach who's watching us online, Mr. Brian Joyce. He's made a good comment about some of his riders doing very, very well because of his coaching abilities. Well, that is true, my friend. I absolutely love social media. It allows us to get right to the grips of it. But we've got a lot of guys and girls around the country who really dedicate huge amounts of time to building up these kids' skills and knowledge based on this sport. But, you know, for him to be able to watch from wherever he is, you know, certainly is a big difference these days.
Well, great to have Coach Joyce and yourself as well, wherever you are watching around, be it New Zealand, around the world, via the Sky Sport Next platform. So great to have you with us in Rotorua. Gorgeous day, as you can see. Just absolutely delightful. This lovely venue only opened about 12 to 18 months ago. $1.6 million worth. Magnificent facility nestled here right by the Whakarewa area and the forest area. Just beautiful backdrop. It's just something nice and peaceful and calming about being surrounded by the trees and
well, I think we need to get you up on the gate on a BMX bike because I think that'll change your perspective a little bit more.
Oh, look, I'll be honest, okay, so when I grew up in Wanganui, there was a BMX track directly underneath Dublin Street Bridge. Yes, I went over, I looked at it every day, and I stress that. I looked at it every single day because the one I was thinking, should I go down there and maybe have a go? I watched a young gentleman go over it on his bike. He got to the first jump. His forks went one way, the bike went the other. He went straight down the middle. And, this is probably not the sport for a timid wee fellow like me, so I'll just sit and watch from the sideline. Massive respect. It's like some of those sports where you look at and you go, right, you've got to have respect for anyone who is willing to step into a ring with someone knowing that other person is going to try and do some physical damage to you, or go into the octagon, or go play rugby knowing that if you've got the ball, that person is going to try and hit you hard to get that ball off you. Looking at these young athletes, remember these athletes here we're looking at right now, age 6 to 7.
Absolutely.
That's a 5-metre drop. Okay, to a 5-year-old. We saw the 5 and unders. That's a 5-metre drop those kids are going down, and they're doing it for the most part with confidence, with belief. That must be so great for these young people at that age to be able to do that, and I just got to tip my hat to them. You have to.
Absolutely. It's a wonderful sport. It is a hard sport, and it is a dangerous sport. I have friends and family that have suffered at the hands of the sport, but they've stood back up, picked up their bike and kept riding. Yep. Some of them might have done that after a couple of weeks in hospital, but hey, those are the things we do to possibly get the buzz or the achievement levels that we want to hit.
Yeah, well, it's one of those things. I mean, it's one of the great things about sport. Sport is a great teaching tool, and resilience is one of the things that it does teach. If you get knocked down, you got to get back up, and so it's absolutely great to see it. And you want to see it in all sports. You want to be able to see those young people learning those lessons, those life lessons that sport can help reinforce. Great shot here of Amelia De Terry. She's going very nicely with the pink flowing out the back. She's going to cruise on through in her third moto of the day. She's got one more before she can put the feet up, have a sandwich.
You're just looking at those last couple of girls crossing the finish line there. The bikes and the level of detail in the parts and the ornaments that you can place on these beautiful machines, they really are quite spectacular. If you get a chance and you come down and visit us here have a look through the pits and, walk around the compound and just see the technology that's gone into a 6 and 7-year-old's bike.
So Skylar Hansen, who's actually had a couple of victories. She's going for 3 in a row if memory serves here as Skylar, looking very comfortable at the moment. It's Darcy Dumble sitting in behind. Just going to meander across, doing it really nicely. As now we are moving on to the boys 9. This is their third of 4 motos of the day. As I said, they work their way through really quickly. Coulter Joyce has got the advantage at the moment. Split the whole shot. Real flyer with Reef Hendricks, but Coulter at the moment with the advantage, and he's done this really nicely. And he'll cruise through, take the dub from Austin Stronach, and Reef Hendricks coming through in third.
The temperature looks like it's just risen a little bit there, Nigel, but the wind has not, which is twofold, I guess, a double-edged sword. It'll be hotter, but of course a little bit faster around the track for them as well. They don't have those head and tail winds affecting them, and for that matter, side winds, which play a big part in this particular sport.
Dylan Zazi, if I'm pronouncing that correctly for Dylan. He's out of the North Harbour club. He's working his way through. Bit of style there. Working on the technique as he manuals through that final. Big finish coming here for
big finish. Look at that.
Second and third.
Caden Dix.
Good racing. And it's only going to get better over the course of the remaining motos today and again tomorrow. NZ1, Leon Dumbbell. This is a really stacked field here. You've got NZ3, NZ8, NZ5. Oh, sorry, that's the next one. This is NZ4, NZ2, NZ1, NZ6. That is the NZ2. It's Charlie Withington. The advantage trying to duck up the inside was Leon. 1, 2 to the line. Get your camera ready.
Look at that.
Oh, who?
Big push.
Who got the push?
Leon, no.
Photo.
We've
got a photo we don't know. Murphy third, Hansen fourth. Let's have a look. Like we're going to be able to do it with a naked eye. The camera hasn't been able, the transponders hasn't been able to separate them.
Big pumping and a nice throw of the bike.
Inside, maybe? I don't know. We'll sit and we'll wait. We've got it still up on our timing screen, waiting to see. It's still showing camera. There is going to be nothing in it. Maybe a thread of the wheel. There's a nice, no doubt of this one. It's Rico Ryan. He's done that very comfortably out of the East Coast. And he comes through. Angus Morgan, NZ5 in second spot. Oliver Briscoe and Leon Hegarty with a photo. Still waiting for the result of that Dumbbell Withington photo finish. We may have to pop back and see whether we get a definitive on that one shortly as we keep things moving on here at the 2021 BMX New Zealand National Championships. This is the boys 10. And NZ1, Ben Anderson, doing it very nicely. He's looking really comfortable at the moment.
There we go, 25 past 1 almost, Nigel. We're, 2.5 hours in and we are nearly done. This is rolling through very, very quick. Everyone's come to play today and play to win.
Still no decision yet in the Dumble Withington photo. So Anderson from Creswell, Banks, Andrews Beattie, top 5 in that opening of the 10 boys motos. That's Xavier Bell. Riding very well, Xavier. Stuck in behind him there is Khalil Alexander. And there's a little slip there, but nothing major, and he canters through nicely. So Xavier from Khalil, Joshua Ford in third, Alex Hamilton, Kemp Hancock rounding out the top 5. We're now on to the next moto. There's 2 more to go in this particular class. Sorry, 3 more to go in this particular class. And Dylan Fox is the man they're chasing at the moment. 2:05 on the front. 4:05 following is Kate Manava.
Is it a little sneaky look?
Yeah, trying to play the game,
Trying
as you
to
were
play the
saying.
game, wants to make sure that they are well behind him. About the only place you can do that is in a corner, and it does have to be very quick.
Diving on the inside, that's Liam Clifford going up the inside there of Jack Buckley.
And what you'll notice there from a young man who's just taken the lead into the corner, a lot of pedaling, but of course a lot of work on the handlebars. You do have to be very careful, otherwise you'll come across the old washout front wheel going down in front of the rider behind you, and then you get tyre tracks across your face, which is never fun. But yeah, it's critical thinking that a lot of these kids are going to be learning through these nationals about where their bike should be placed.
It's a nice win for Clifford from Buckley. Fletcher Lawrence getting the third. On to our final heat. This is the 10 boys, third of fourth moto for the day. All these classes, all amateur classes today, riding 4 motos. Another 2 tomorrow. Unless you're in a field where there is 8 riders or less, then you'll actually have 3 motos tomorrow. The points get aggregated. Working through at the moment NZ4, and that is Max Hay. Been riding well today. He's got Ashton Payne in behind him. And it's going to be NZ4 from NZ3. And so Max will be happy. Jackson Wynn coming through in third spot.
Just having a quick look at some of our elite names that'll be riding tomorrow. We've actually got one of the young lads, young Louis Cotton, who's racing here in the amateur class today, which you can do based on how the racing is going. So yeah, it'll be good to see what he's going to be up to. Of course, our elite male and female, and our junior elite male and female racing tomorrow there, Nigel. Wait to see it.
I love it how the president walks past our commentary position and he's asking you for the thumbs up, the person that's sitting on their backside talking about it, as opposed to, you didn't show any interest at all to seeing whether Warren's doing all right, did you?
Well, not really, no, because I know what he's like. He's just taking it easy. He's doing a few rides, and he might have a chat at prize giving.
So as we move on now to the Moto 3 for the 10 girls. Previous race won there by Holly Nielsen from Ashanipi Anderson, Luca Penny and Leah Ellis.
They're all nice and tight in this race, nice and close together.
Yep, Kiana McHugh leading at the moment, NZ2. And that is the thing. We do hope, if you are watching this and you're having a look at this, and as I said, we talk about Chris giving the president a little bit of stick. Why? Because the president's out there competing, and yet you're seeing these other young people out there being involved. It really is a great sport all the way through. You can do it for as long as you want to do it. A great family sport. So if it is a bit of you, look, fire up the old computer, go on the interweb and see exactly what you can find in your part of the world. There is so many BMX clubs in New Zealand, pretty well serviced, different sizes by all stretch. Well, the thing you find, if you looked hard enough, you've got a young person saying, hey, this could be a bit of me, as we see a rider take a bit of a tumble there. This is a sport that you can get involved with. And yep, you do have the odd tumble, but you do get back up. You do bounce back.
Absolutely, and it's not easy to run these events and, of course, run a sport year after year. And as much stick as I do give our president, the man has been in that position for a number of years now and servicing the BMX community for many, many years. So the dedication provided by a number of people just makes the sport go forward in leaps and bounds.
I'll tell you about that photo finish that we've been waiting for the result
yes.
on. We are talking 9 1,000ths of a second. Leon Dumbell from Charlie Withington, hence the reason why that took so long as they poured over the photo finish. So we're on to the girls 11 now, the winner of the opening moto. The third round was Meg Cannon, NZ1 from Emmy Summers and Sophie Calhoun. So in that particular heat, you had NZ1 from NZ3, 7 and 6 in your top 4. So that's going to be quite tough. DNF for Beth Walker, sadly. The second run through, Addison Rutherford from Rev Napier Anderson. Zavea Prestige rounding out the top 3. And you're currently watching at the moment the NZ number 2. That is Nicola Mapu leading from Molly Buckley. And they're going to finish 1-2 in this one. And coming through and rounding out the top 3. That was Holly Tribble out of Christchurch, as we now move on to the boys 12.
There we go. And a very distinct difference between first and second at the moment down the first straight. Amazing power.
Yeah, Brennan Amedi's been riding very well. A couple of good motos to start. Third run through on the day for Bruno.
Yeah, he's definitely holding those manuals very well. Very strong through the rhythm section there. He's got his manuals going very smooth and pushing hard through the pumping and into his corners. Inside foot up, making sure he's got plenty of power pushing down on the outside of the bike. What a very smooth ride there.
Another tight finish there for second. There was Kolferinga just from Jack Jorgensen. Turn back to the second of our 3 groups, and there you see NZ1. That is Deacon Connor out of North Harbour. Lovely style through there. Drops down, hard turn. Good strong pedal strokes through the rhythm section, looking very smooth.
Yeah, definitely pushing hard. Had his head down on the flats there, getting those extra pedal strengths in and really pushing.
Nicely done. He'll do that comfortably, will Deacon Connor. Cameron Rutherford coming through. It was Cameron coming through in second spot. Cohen Taylor in the third. So we move on to our third and final. Actually, no, there might be an extra one. Excuse me. Trying to keep up. Yes, there is. There's actually one more. It's 4. And this?
These boys and girls are still maintaining their time. So obviously getting enough fuel and getting just a bit of rest in the middle there. It is quick running through these motos though, Nigel.
As the father of a 12-year-old boy, I can confirm they do know how to consume food at a rate.
Yes,
there's never an issue. That is for sure. Great finish in that one there.
It's certainly
Levi Banks getting the job done.
Oh, absolutely. Certainly something that you have to watch here, making sure you get enough but not too much.
Again, it's another great thing that sport at this level does.
Yes.
Teaches nutrition. My son's got a class that he's just started at his particular school, and it's called Athlete's Feast, so they're learning about the right food to be able to put into your body if you are an athlete. He brought home, I should have actually got him to make some that we could have brought down and had here today. He made some amazing tasting protein cookies. So learning about those sort of things as well.
Yeah, sometimes it's a little bit disappointing. You walk outside the commentary box and there's a couple of 3 riders holding a big can of Coke or a bottle of V or something like that, and you know they're going to be on a sugar high, but it's going to come down very quickly when their friends are holding a water bottle, which will do more good for them. So yeah, it's great for the kids to learn.
Here we are as we now move on into the girls 12. By the way, so the winners of those heats in the 12 boys, Bruno Nemedi, Deacon Connor, Levi Banks and Deegan McCormick, as we move on to the 12s. And this looks like it's going to be a nice one for Danica Bergerson. No! Who is that pushing up the inside? Might have snuck one there. No. Bergerson just briefly held on from Madeline Hunter and Millie Waits. That's the entire field that you saw on that one as we move now on to the 13 boys. And this features Jack Young, NZ1, out in front. The dive up the inside there, Fred Cooper. And a couple of wee goes at each other today. Tightness of the racing there.
Oh, and he's off the track.
Good bike control though, just managed to get the foot out and keep himself upright. So Young going to cruise along quite nicely from Cooper. And then it'll be Corbin Manava. Excuse me. Well, the Manava family pretty well represented here today as well. A fair few racing. As we look here, Tom Coleman leading them out. Tom's been getting really great starts. He seems to be at one with that gate, getting some real flyers. Dinsdale chasing him down on from Whangarei. Go back, I think that could be Zach Short in the Hamada colours. Doing this nicely is Tom. A bit of a break here. Doesn't need to push it too much as he manuals his way through and wins comfortably. Dinsdale second. Who snuck through? Actually, it was Ashton Cahill-Fye that's been able to sneak their way forward. And now as they drop and just flying out the gate, that is Luke Brooks-Smith. That's what you expect when you see a W in front of the number on the plate. That's World 2. And what a start. Just absolutely bombing it.
Luke not realising that he could probably take it easy. He's just 110% right the way around the track, all straights, every moto. It's great to watch.
Getting a bit of air, having some fun here. Cruz now, he's just going to go, okay, don't need to muck it too much. Cruising along nicely.
And that's the strategy that we were talking about a little earlier on, just saving a little bit of energy for your remaining motos. You don't want to be too sore in the morning.
Well, he's done that quite comfortably. There's Luke Brooks-Smith from Regan Smith, James Wallace rounding out the top three. Azale Withers in fourth spot.
Still pulling 42 seconds, so they are still keeping that pace up.
Yeah, but if he'd kept the hammer down, what would he have done? And I think that's the really fascinating thing, and you've alluded to it. Chris Newsom providing the expert analysis, former racer, administrator, track manager, you name it, in BMX. Chris has probably done it at some point in his career. You talk about that strategic side. I mean, at what age are these kids being told, hey, look, have you thought about this? Is it something they are being taught from the moment they move out of the sprockets into this sort of area?
Absolutely. From day dot, when we have a sprocket turn up, they are taught basic skills, and those basic skills then just become the grounding, what you revert back to when you get into trouble. If you happen to make a mistake on the track, you go back to your pumping, you go back to your pedaling, you go back to your high-low, your pushing. From there, that sets up your plateau or your basics of the sport, and then from there you just work on different skill sets and different race strategies. So literally from the age of 5 or 6.
So that was a good win for Molly Inia. Peyton Taylor, by the way, winning the first of the girls 13 motos. That's the third run through for those young ladies. They've got one more round of motos to go later on in the day. Now, as I say, fair flying through. Yeah, we did warn you at the start. We told you that it just comes thick and fast. It is just action after action after action. It's why we love it. We're watching Finn Cogan, who is the NZ1. That's the reason why. Does it nice and comfortable. Getting the job done. Hayden Hall coming through in second. Tyler Waite in third. And Taylor Warrender in the fourth spot.
One thing that I should probably tell you too, Nigel, come into the finals, you actually have the opportunity to choose which lane you start from. Now, at the moment, it's all being generated for you, so you get told which lane you're going into. That makes a huge difference on your start, because the outside lane generally is a little bit further to go and puts you into a slightly less advantageous position into the first corner.
So as you've been watching the action today, are you thinking when it comes time to make those selections, does it appear to you to be a reasonably straightforward decision to go for one of those inside gates?
Dependent on the age group, definitely it is. There's the older age groups, your 17 plus, 30 plus. There is a lot of strategy that goes into the gate choice based on what you've seen from your competitor. Whether your gate is better than theirs or theirs is better than yours, or he is particularly quick out of one spot. And then you start looking down the track, do they pedal in between, first and second? And all of those factors come into play when choosing that gate.
It was Cooper Richardson, by the way, winning that last moto. Nick Cowie, the one prior to that. As I said, NZ1, Finn Coogan winning the opener. As we've got the last of this group of 4 motos for the 14 boys coming through. And at the moment, this is Hamish Carr. Here comes some pressure from Brock Nelson. Carr, can he hold on? Nelson digging. Little push on the line, but I'm pretty sure that Hamish held on, and he did from Brock.
A lot of experience and skill backing Brock there and his family, the Nelson Brothers Racing.
Oscar Stratford, by the way, finishing third in that one as we continue to work our way through. We're on to the 14 girls now. And that is Hannah Mason in front of Gracie Owen. And then NZ5, that's Ali Biddick. Working their way through this today, watching also as well, talking about working their way through, watching Rupert, the track manager. He's working very, very hard today as well. On a day like today, when there is a little bit of heat around, does it have any impact? I mean, obviously it won't have too much impact. Or does it have any impact on the bitumen stage? If it does get a little bit hot, a little bit warmer,
it does
it have any impact?
Yeah, absolutely it does. You'll notice, for those who can see in between the riders, we've got a couple of marshals out there who are actually watering the track. The track does tend to dry out, particularly on the lime side of things, and it'll get dusty. And then that dust creates, lots of traction. So just watering that down, then the riders ride across it and compact it in, so creating a smoother surface. The bitumen, it just gets better. It's tackier, it's hotter because it's warmer, so you can hit the corners just that little bit harder.
So that was Hannah Mason winning the first moto there, and then Lily Greenup, the NZ1, claiming the second. So one more lot of motos for the 14 girls. This is the 15 boys. 3 motos in play. You're currently watching Ben James out of Alexandra. We'll know a thing or two about heat, as we mentioned earlier.
And that's the way your age group, when you move into 15 for both boys and girls, just that little bit bigger and stronger, making for some much more exciting racing.
Just one thing, do you have any competitors, when we talk about selection of a gate, do you have some people who actually just select via superstition? I go really well out of gate 5. I've always gone well out of gate 5. I'm picking gate 5, doesn't matter what's going on.
Absolutely, and it's even worse. We've got, I know of many riders who will pick it purely to mess with your head. So they will go to the outside and they'll cut across you and make you squeeze your brakes. But, generally if you're going to the outside, you can stay pretty safe because everyone will tend to head to the inside of the first corner. So, if you want to stay upright on the fastest part of the track, then always go lane 8.
There's a nice ride there by Will Skipper coming through from Rona McKersey and Regan Brown. So nice work there by Will out of a Tauranga. As we are now on to our third of the motos. This is the 15 boys. So all the classes that you're watching today, they are all amateur riders. Tomorrow we get the elites. That'll be in action. If you are just joining us, so glad that you're with us here on Sky Sport Next, the YouTube channel. This is our coverage ongoing of the 2021 BMX New Zealand National Championships, proudly brought to you by Permapine, Spark Business Hub, Red Stag Timber and Sullivan Clements. Great to have you with Sky Sport Next. Your pictures being provided by the wonderful folks at the Stream Shop. You're watching the 15 girls category, have the third of 4 motos for the day. It's just the 5 riders, and as she has done through the first couple, it's Jada Lily Lees, local Rotorua rider, looking very comfortable, very smooth as she works through the rhythm section and around the final turn, down the straight, manuals her way through. Lovely little section to the line, just cruising.
A lot of power there from Jada.
Quickly on now to the 16 boys. See at the front again, Jesse James Green out of Christchurch, whose form's been very, very good. Swoop around, didn't have a wee Bo Peep, quite comfortable. Chasing is Jake Ernest. Another wee Bo Peep there, maybe out the corner of the eye using the peripheral. But he's got this comfortably in hand as Jesse James to the line, easy as you like.
Just a sneaky look there too, Nigel. It almost looked like Jack was running road clips off a road bike. They do offer more, the clip is less likely to come loose because you can actually pull a mountain bike clip out. But a lot of these guys really want to stay attached to their bike and they'll run road shoes.
So here is Jack Greenoff, NZ1. Like his sister, a good family. And we keep stressing what a great family sport it is to get involved with. There's Thomas Coleman Savage running the 111. He's in second spot. Some good points. We'll have a look at the rankings if we can get those going before we head through the next round of racing. We will do that for you. This is the 16 girls. We'll be followed by the couple of classes featuring the veteran athletes, the 40 to 44 and the 45 to 49 males. But there you see the dominance that is Leela Walker, ward number 8, just flew the gate. Probably a tenth and a half quicker than anyone else through the gate. And he just cruises easily to the line. Good time as well, just under 41 seconds. Not really sort of putting too much into it. Lily Candy, second, Paige Connor, third. Here you see Oceania too, that's Brooke Penny out of the Te Awamutu Club. Just looking very relaxed. Caitlin Flavelin behind. We say all of these races do count. Stack them all up. They'll race 2 more tomorrow. And they'll work through semi-finals, finals. Well, in this instance, because of the size, that just goes to a straight final, would it, Chris? Is that how it works, or do you still run the semis?
Well, if you're running, say 9 or even 7 riders, you drop into what's called a dead man final. So the last person gets dropped off from the ride. But again, it does depend on how many riders you do have in your category or your class.
There we go. Back to the 40 to 44 and back to Kurt Bagby winning a race. He doesn't like losing, does this fella? I think he's won all his races so far, whether it's been on the 20-inch or on the cruiser. Very comfortable.
No, he doesn't. Look, Kurt is one of 2 or 3 guys who, if they are at an event, you are going to have to try and work hard to beat them.
There's another guy, just loves to ride. That's JT Napier. He's really decided, hello, I'm just going to stretch my legs here. Just put a bit on to the boys. Has a wee look.
Yeah, certainly wanting to cement his ability by just letting them know what's up. Oh, here we go. Haro,
down there.
Possibly Tony Thornley by the looks of it.
Well, let's see. He's down the middle of the track at the moment.
And we're off into the...
Yeah, it is Tony. It is
45,
Tony
49.
Thornley that is gone down. So the next lot coming through, that's Ken Feast leading them through at the moment. Through. You see the marshals will direct them over towards the left-hand side. You see a few of the guys just looking over and having a look, and Ken quite happy, just a bit of space here. Oh, goodness gracious me, getting in each other's way. And now Ken just decides to put the foot down and he'll get the job done anyway. There's a little bit of concern there being shown, though, for Tony. It was interesting noticing all those riders pretty much to a man, all looking over and just having a look and seeing how he is. He's
absolutely yes.
Back up and just running through. You see the staff there just getting the track right, commissaires and the officials.
And as for the most part, you know, all of these boys have to go to work on Monday. So, you know, as much as we love putting the hammer down and going as hard as we can, we do realise that it potentially means that you might not be riding and even not working for some of the pretty particularly bad crashes.
He's just taking his time there. He's just having a chat. As I said, we've got the St John ambulance staff on hand as per always. Wonderful organisation.
Yeah, a bit of a limp there. I do recall Tony having quite a bad crash a number of years ago, injuring his back. So you know, he may have tweaked something. Looks like his foot's probably not doing too good too.
Well, we move on as he will go and seek some more medical attention to the 17 to 24 male class. Yellow flag being shown there by one of our marshals.
And that little break certainly raises the tension, particularly on the gate, because you know, you've got yourself set and ready, and then all of a sudden the racing stops.
And you see Tony just wandering off. Now they head back up to the start gate.
Yep, there we go. So they pulled everyone back from the gate, so they just get to sit and panic for just a little bit longer.
The crowd just enjoying what they've seen, some really good racing to this point. It's only going to get better over the course of the weekend. This is day 1, day 2 tomorrow. All the amateur riders through. Tomorrow we get to see the elites in action as well, dropping down off the 8-metre start ramp. Big jumps for them to negotiate. It's a good even start. Flying in, who's going to get into the first turn here?
Yeah, you're looking for guys like Louis Cotton, Zach Kershaw, and DBW, Daniel Bowers-Wilson.
Yeah, well, it's Kershaw that's managed to get in there. Flying down real even in terms of release from the gate, covered by just 0.3 of a second. Woe to go. Kershaw continues to work his way through. Hurst coming through in second spot at the moment. We look. They just push through, trying to, as I say, every race counts. That's nicely done by Zach Kershaw. Got himself into the corner first.
There we go.
Benefited.
We're back in the 30s again. 38 seconds around the track.
Oh, the front four covered by just on half a second. Into that first corner. That is Mark Edwards. Got the fly, got a really good start. Almost a 10th better than anyone else. And geez, putting it to good effect here. The man out of Waitakere. Dead set flying. Being chased by James Speedy, clubmate. Very relaxed. Nicely round, doing this very comfortably. That's great work. And Mark Edwards gets the job done. Takes good use of the whole shot. Onto the 35, 239 male. Some big guns in this one. As we see Adam Coker.
Adam cementing his ability there. A very, very solid rider with a lot of skill and experience. Yeah, definitely followed by Tim Ferguson. Again, huge amount of experience.
Richie Stratford in there. Oh, did we lose Richie? We lost Richie there, I think. Silver.
Richie was on the elite squad just as Sarah Walker started her elite career. So Richie's been around the traps a wee while.
A few concerned looks there. I hope there wasn't anything too serious for Richie, because there were just a couple of glances over the shoulders. It just made me worry a little bit that maybe it might have been a little bit of a harder lick. Hasn't gone through the finishing as yet.
Well, again, we never enjoyed our competitors going down. So, yes, certainly.
There he is.
There he is. He's up.
He's up and he's riding through.
He's away.
Well, that one's affected him a little bit. It's a big lick, bit of a shake of the head as he comes past our commentary position. So, in this race, by the way, this is the 25 to 34 male. That was Alan Frank out of Tauranga getting the job done from Ethan Wee out of Waitakere, and then Carl Ellis.
Here we go. We're back with big David Mohi.
A solid unit, that is for sure. Greg Hughes, though, not letting Big Dave have it all his own way. He's following in. See him behind the crew, just watering a bit of the track, just in between.
There we go. Dave's definitely putting his foot down and just reminding guys why he's got a couple of W's hanging on his wall at home.
Yeah, just going to roll through to the ends. Everyone just playing the game there.
Absolutely.
It'll be a straight final tomorrow. Mohi, Hughes, Berryman, Nartai.
Yeah,
Get the job done.
Absolutely. Every year that is always a cracker race to watch.
And so now we are watching the first of our three heats. Third time round for the female 17 plus.
Tony James making short work of this.
He's going really nicely, fourth in the world there, the W4. So that's great work. As we say, Taylor Shea Donaldson coming through in second spot. Tessa McNaught, all the way from the deep south, enjoying the sunny climbs, gets through to third. And there is Emma Pugh, leading our second moto.
There's some big age differences in here, Nigel, just looking at some of these names. You know, 17 plus does go right up to 30, 35, so certainly does make a difference.
What does a young rider learn by competing with some of these veterans in the class? Is it quite beneficial? I mean, you've been talking in a joking sort of a way, to a degree, with regards to some of the gamesmanship and that sort of thing that happens in the older classes. Yes. But for a young athlete to maybe go up against someone who's maybe is riding in their 30s, who's had all that experience and understands the game a little bit more, what benefit to them?
You definitely do learn strategy more than anything, because when you look at a car race, if they are both doing a 3-second quarter mile, well then what is your edge going to be? Well, it's a good start gate. So definitely riding with the older riders who are more experienced, they know the lines better, the ways in which to get around the corner a little bit faster, your passing manoeuvres, and of course using, the sheer size of yourself. You might want to lean on the person beside you and just gently push them over to the side of the track and just shut them down. It's those kind of tactics that some of us older ones have to use a little bit more because possibly we didn't do enough cardio in the lead up to nationals. Maybe there's a bit of loss of sleep because our younger riders were a bit stressed and things like that. So, yeah, definitely.
Watching the 8-year-old boys come through. By the way, Tony James, Caitlin Georgiadis and Abby Simcox, winners of the motos in the female 20. So they've got one more go around. We've got a good, strong field in this particular event, and it was Brock O'Neill with the victory from Rocco Beattie and Kano Goff. 1, 2, 3. And now we're into the second of our motos. This is the third go-through. I'm saying each of the classes that we are watching, all amateur riders today, they will have 4 motos today. For most classes, it is another 2 tomorrow. Then the finals. If there are classes, though, where there are 8 riders or left, they will actually have 3 motos tomorrow. And here you see Sebastian Bassett out of North Harbour really pushing hard. And going to cruise through quite nicely and take a win. That'll be nice for Sebastian. Dylan Smith second, Monty Gardner in third. And we see over the Hawera Club, Finn Lawrence. He's got a really nice break. Looking comfortable as he comes through that rhythm section. That's Jaden Mathewson out of New Plymouth. Chasing him, but looking very comfortable at the moment. Distinctive Hawera racing attire. And it's Jaden Mathewson, then Ryder Wheeler. And so nice work there by Finn. A bright orange hat at the front. It's Tobias Dickinson out of Waitakere. Nixon Murphy out of Christchurch trying to chase him.
Yeah, we're really starting to hit the hot time of the day here, so these kids will be feeling it. They will have stood in that marquee for a good 30 to 40 minutes, just getting warmer and warmer, and then they've got to come out here and race in this. So, yeah, they've still got the hammer down.
Tobias Dickinson with the advantage. Now chasing him is Tyler Cochran. Tyler didn't get the greatest start, but, geez, made up a bucket load over the course of this 399 metres. That's a heck of a performance. Dickinson gets the win. Cochran... That's the start by, it was around about
very close.
2/10 of a second. Everyone else out well before him. He's done really well there, Tyler Cochran. Young rider there just slipping off the pedals, but recovering very nicely in the background there. And here we have Nelson Urata and Daniel Toya. I have a funny feeling these two guys could be major players in this particular class. Been at the front of all their races and having a wee look. I don't know if there's any strategy here. Just get to the line first. And so, Nelson with the win from Dylan. Those two guys have been battling really hard. And the 8 boys. This is now the 8 to 9 girls. And you see Jayla Jenkins, Lexi Silver. Lexi having won the start, but Jayla has taken the advantage. Swings around. Lines it all up. Nicely through. Very comfortable and relaxed. And as odd as it sounds, I mean, how hard is it to be relaxed on a BMX bike? Because it does look like you never look like you're very rarely on your seat. You're standing for most of the time. How hard is it to teach young people to try and be relaxed and fluid with the movements that they have to have?
One of the keys to being successful is time on your bike and being comfortable with your bike. You know, we used to teach kids, chase your neighbourhood cats, because if you can catch a cat on a bike, you'll be very, very quick. And we did stress, please don't run the jolly cat over. But, just time on your bike, being relaxed, getting those skills working, and, being able to be relaxed is very much key. You'll notice a lot of these riders will be gripping the handlebars way too tight, and that will just absolutely set them up for a little bit of failure because they're not, their muscles aren't relaxed, they're not comfortable on their bike, and they're a little bit stressed out. So, yeah, kids, if you're listening and you want to build your skills, get out there and chase those cats, mate.
Jayla Jenkins won the first moto, Maddie Newcomb the second.
I'm a dog fan, Nigel.
We're here at Sky Sports Next. Don't necessarily always endorse the views portrayed by all of our commentary team, but hey, if it works. I used to joke about how the races at the Kieran, that's Chase the Postie. That's what it looks like to me.
That's the one. That's the one.
Back before they went to the four-wheelers.
Hey, look, they were all BMXers when they were young too.
I bet they all were. To the 11 boys, and a good win there by Kane Williamson, only just though from Caleb White and Ben Shaw. This is a class that's really shaping up for me, Chris, as something that's going to be a lot of fun to watch because there's a lot of good performers, really close racing, times very similar as well. We're seeing Lucas Martinet again to the 4 here, NZ1, but it's not like he's having it all his own way. As you see in the background there, the likes of Lucas Thornton. I reckon this could be one I might put a wee asterisk beside. I think the 11 boys could be a very interesting class come tomorrow.
Look, absolutely. 11-year age group is part of a group they call the Mighty 11s. So the Mighty 11s are a test team, 4 boys, 4 girls. They head over to Australia and race the Australians. The Australians come over here and race them here. And it is one of those age groups where you step out of the realm of a BMXer and things ramp up just a little bit. So a lot of these kids are huge skill, huge speed, but I noticed down that third straight there, they were very, very bunched up and tight. So it is definitely going to be one to watch.
It's a Deegan Russell on the inside, now being cut back on. Climbing up the inside was Nathan McGregor. Camera. No, McGregor gets it. And just so. Deegan Russell second, Ben Polden third. As we're on to our final heat. And there we see Charlie Lysa, who's another one who's been pretty impressive over the course of the day. Nice and consistent. It's important, always also in there as well. The NZ3 you see there is Case Silver. Now starting to get a great, that's a beautiful rhythm section from Silver. And he is right on the hammer of Lysa. Doesn't need to, just doesn't need to push it. Can if he wants to, but no.
There we go.
Lysa gets it from Silver.
The rhythm section can make or break your race as well. It's one of those critical areas on the track where you need to be smooth, need to be solid.
So we switch over now to the cruisers, and what's this? Kurt Bagby up in front. What a surprise that is. Just looking so calm, composed, whether he's on the 20-inch, whether he's on the cruiser. Got a great start. I mean, a really good start.
Relaxed position, lots of experience, and again, Kurt's one of those guys who will go out and train in the evenings, come rain, hail or shine, and on a track like this, it's critical.
Well, what it appears to me, though, and it just doesn't appear as though he's expending energy at all.
And that's the difference between somebody who is on the cusp of going up to the next level and giving it 110%, and somebody who's a bit more experienced and a little bit quicker because he has put in his sprint training. Sprint training in BMX is absolutely key to being successful. You need to do your sprints. You need to get out in the evenings, 40, 50, 60 meter sprints just non-stop as often and as long as you can, to the point of sometimes, your dinner might come up and visit just for a little look-you-see. You have to get those sprints in. That is key, particularly when 90% of the first straight is pedaling.
Rob Beattie taking the second moto there. One more round for the cruisers, 40 to 44. This is the 45 to 49. And he's looking very comfortable there as Adam Newth. As we look over at Zane Alexander. But he'll just cruise on through quite nicely. 9 in this particular class. As there we see the next quartet rolling through. And that's Brett Hancock from New Plymouth. He's got the advantage at the moment. Trying to chase, whisk their way through there. Who's that tracking him in behind there? Phil Armstead? Yes, it is Armstead. Out of Waitakere. There's a Parrott and Shane White rounding out this quartet. Very comfortable. Cruising through.
And back on the social media again, I've been asked what cardio is. And unfortunately, that was from a BMX coach, so I might have to have a word to him a little bit later. It's cardio, it's that stuff that you should do.
You sure they weren't asking about your personal experiences with cardio recently? No?
Possibly.
On to the cruisers. Again, this is 11 to 14. This is the mixed. And Jack Gibby has been very good. Again, and whether it's been on the 20 or the cruiser class today, very comfortable at the moment. Just eases up slightly. Diving up the inside. Who was that? Running a great line. That was Casey Walker. Snapping them up the inside. And he'll get second on the basis of that there. This is, I think, Dallas Douglas and Nick Cowie were just having a little bit of a tete-a-tete. And Casey said, I'll take that line. Thank you very much, team, if you're going to do that.
Absolutely. And speaking of lines, you'll notice that there are lines forming on the track now. The lime is being shifted apart, and you'll notice there'll be some smoother sections which will actually be faster as well, and the riders will be looking for those to try and gain the edge, particularly down the last straight where they might need to add a few pedal strokes in. But for the most part, they seem to be just rolling through that rhythm straight relatively simply.
Cooper Richardson there, it's getting a bit of air, making it a bit more entertaining for everyone. Having some fun. He's going to do this quite comfortably, the NZ3. As we look over the shoulder, yeah, plenty of daylight back there. Cooper Richardson from Joshua Allen, Thomas Webb, and Braden King. Swinging on to the
NZ.
Yep. 15 to 16.
Repping that bright yellow GT.
Looking down the back, it's a beautiful looking machine. It's Louis Hunt with Hagen behind. I've got my NZ1s in the right order.
It's a little bit like being at Bathurst here in the BMX community. There are people who like their brands and their particular types of bikes, and never the two shall meet. And there can be some real battles taking place just because of the brand you ride. So it's always fun to see that.
Well, here's a nice wee battle cutting up the inside.
Absolutely.
That was a lovely move by Corey Walden. He's trying to chase down Michael Buchanan from the Whangarei. Oh, hello. Oh, can he get the E? Can. That's nice work. That was a nice wee race there from Corey Walden, Michael Buchanan and Lance Dinsdale. Now we go back to the second of our 17 to 35 cruisers. See number 440, that's Daniel Bowers-Wilson.
So either Daniel's asserting a little bit of dominance here, or Adam's just taking it a little bit easy. So their final is probably going to be one to watch. Definitely both of those two riders will bring it all.
It's cruising along quite nicely. Sliding up the inside there. Adam may have actually given third away. Yeah, Carl Ellis did just dive up the inside of him, but I don't think Adam will be too concerned, as we've been hearing from Chris Newsom, who's been providing the expert analysis for us today here on Sky Sport Next. Bit of strategy going on there.
Yeah, definitely a bit of strategy, and I haven't seen Factory Windsor pedal this hard in a long time. So come on, buddy. Taking it a bit easy through the rhythm straight there.
Factory on the 114. The man at the front there, that is Greg Hughes. Actually, is that Greg or is it Carl again? The two NZ plates. NZ2 plates, and it was actually Carl Berryman, me, from Greg Hughes. Factory actually canted. He ended up finishing fifth in that one, you old mate.
Better have a word to him after.
All playing games. This is the go. These are 50 and over. You talk about the psychology of sport. Look at some of these guys. They're just out for a pedal. A practice run. They were going harder in practice this morning. Dave Mohi, he's just cruising through.
Yep,
second
RNC
spot.
Out the front there.
There you go. That's
collectively between both of those two gentlemen, 30 to 40 odd national titles. Phenomenal amount of wins.
We need to put a basket on the front. Looks like they were going down to get a loaf of bread from the dairy there.
Absolutely. I could tell you something about one of Dave's bikes has been used to in hunting to bring the animal back in, but and then raced on nationals the following weekend. So, definitely very Kiwi.
17 to 29 cruiser female. This is their penultimate heat of 4. And that is Tony James, world number 5, with the edge, and behind her, Holly Oldham. And it's nicely done. And Caitlin Georgianis with the third spot. Again, just the 6 riders in that particular. As we now go back to the cruiser 35 plus. Steph Hoek, who's had a good day so far. He was just randomly talking to Stephanie prior to the start. Didn't actually know who she was. Just asking her how the... As you do, you know, people talk, you talk to each other. And asked her how the track was. I'd seen her cruising around. She said, yeah, she was enjoying it. Seemed like it was in good nick, and she was ready to go, quite excited. And I think that's her third of the day that she's won, so she's clearly enjoying it. From Sherilyn Anderson and Sonia Rennie.
Not too bad in terms of their times as well. These ladies are putting it down today. Again, the track heat will certainly make a difference with that, you know, particularly the grip in the corners. And, yeah, the lack of wind at the moment seems to be doing everyone quite well. Beautiful shot there, Nigel, of the Red Stag Elite ramp and, of course, the amateur challenge line.
So that is, as we say, 5 metres in a I wouldn't say a gentler incline, but a far less steeper incline on the right of your screen. That Red Stag timber start 8 metres, and she's a face and a half, it is fair to say.
Oh, absolutely. And to give you an idea, if you didn't pedal and just rolled off the top, you'd still be doing roughly 35 to 40 kilometres at the bottom of the challenge ramp, let alone, you know, 55 odd to maybe 60 off the top of the elite ramp. So once they start getting their pedal strokes in, you can add considerably more speed to the bottom of that. It is quite a technical ramp when you get to the elite as well. If you ride down it for the first time, you can't pedal all the way down it. It takes a bit of time to get used to the transition from the ramp to the track. So there's lots of things that you need to be aware of.
Here we go with the final moto of the day. This is the Sprockets 5 and under. Man watching this one, 554. George Wu. George has had a really good day. There you see him pushing to the front already. Is that his old mate Luke Buckley alongside? This will be a big race for these young ones. Remember, 5 and under. Track is maximum as allowed under the UCI standings. 399.9 metres. Not allowed anything over 400. George and Luke have been having themselves a fun day. Luke trying a different line here. George has a wee bow peep over the left shoulder. Yes, he sees that familiar face behind him. This is where Luke's been really good through the rhythm section, but George going quite nicely as well. Here's Luke trying to sneak up the inside. Can he get the line? Nope, George still maintaining. Great wee battle between these two. George over, bit of air. Still going. Luke, can he try and sneak inside? Here comes Luke Buckley, hard to the line. George just close. Got him. That has been a really fun battle between those two.
And one thing that will serve these children very well these days with the amount of coverage that is being supplied is they can watch these races and they can see exactly what they're doing.
It's funny you say that. I was just going to ask you, probably more when we get back into the likes of, you know, the 14s, the 15s, how many of these athletes are going to be going back, firing up YouTube and watching this broadcast, which people are currently watching live via Sky Sport Next, the YouTube channel. Great pictures, as I said, being provided by the Stream Shop. How many will sit down and do analysis tonight?
A huge amount. You'll be very surprised. A lot of the younger riders, the parents will be going back and going, hey, look, have a look at this. Hey, why don't you look at, you know, dropping down a little bit lower on that corner and see where that was. For the older riders, they'll be doing self-analysis. They'll be looking at it and going, oh, you know, I wasn't too clean on that jump or that manual, or I needed to put an extra pedal stroke in there. So this stuff is actually critical when it comes to their debrief, their own debrief of their race.
It's a cruise for Blake Singh in that one. He's gone through really nicely there. As we now switch over to the Sprocket 6 to 7 boys. And this is the first of the final set of 3 motos.
There we go. A whole lot of pedaling in there. He is using every available space to get some pedal strokes in.
That's Matatini Hill. He's had a good day at Matatini. Trying to chase him down. There is Elijah Savasek. Elijah showing some nice technique through that rhythm section as well. Closed up a bit of gap. Is that also sneaking in just underneath there. That looks like, is that Max Olsen? Possibly. Maybe one of the local Rotorua riders. It's a big push to the finish, but he's done that really nice. Matatani, good riding today. Good day's work. Those riders can go back, put the feet up, the sandwich, get some more fluids into them. There is Kyan Thompson, 6.99. He's got himself a nice wee break here. Out of the Taupo Club. Drops down, spins around. Has a wee look. No, he didn't actually. I thought he was just having a wee peek there. Could have been out the peripherals. Travis Anderson from Waitakere in second spot at the moment. As I say, this is a big track. A bigger track for some of these riders. They'll be feeling it. They'll be feeling it tonight. Well, it's a good day's work by these races.
Yeah, it's the temperature here hasn't been too bad. We're very, very lucky. We had a hail and lightning storm on Thursday night, which the likes haven't been seen for quite some time here. Huge amount of rain, which has actually probably done the track quite good, just cementing everything in. But yeah, I guess there was a little bit concerned that might have been a wet Nationals this year.
Baden Prescott, Tiamutu, leads this final of the motos for the day for the Sprocket 6 to 7 boys. Chasing hard there, that's Isaac Singh. He's driving through, he'll get second. And they will come back again tomorrow with a bit more work to do. On to these Sprockets, 6 to 7 girls. This has been a class which Skylar Hanson's been really to the fore in. Going up the inside is the aforementioned Skylar Hanson, very close to the yellow line. Amelia Deteri in behind her with the distinctive pink flowing behind her. And some big effort. One final push for the day. This has been a nice day for Skylar. She'll be feeling pretty good about herself.
Yeah, absolutely. It is a long day at these national champs for the young ones. Often, those that live only an hour or so out of town will arrive here in the morning. So, she's up bright and early, and they're still going very strong at this hour of the day.
This is our final heat for the Sprockets 6 to 7 girls. Working their way through. Ruby Buckley has the advantage at the moment. Eden Stentner in behind her. It's the 4 that we can see. Now here comes some of the other athletes. Might have had a little bit of an issue there. The attrition rate hasn't been huge today, which has been nice. Ruby Buckley's going to cruise through and get that victory there as we move on to the 9-year-old boys. Now heading into this, top 8 standings at the moment. Leon Dumbell, Rico Ryan, Charlie Withington, Coulter Joyce, Angus Morgan, Austin Stronach, Dylan Zazaski, and Reef Hendricks. Right now, you're seeing Charlie Withington from Austin Stronach. Charlie had that really close race earlier on that took the photo a long time to unravel. Very nice here, and he's going to come through for another win. That'll reinforce his spot. Likewise for Austin too. So Withington from Stronach, Galvin, Peterson, Bergen, Gillard. That's your top 6. So we switch over now and you see John O'Hanson. He's being pushed hard by Connor Murphy. Mac Linsky is in 3rd spot at the moment. Hanson. Now Murphy wanting to come out around. Trying to go around the outside. That's a tough line to take. He's done it though. That's great work by Murphy.
Yeah, the elbows were definitely out with those 2 riders.
That's a great finish. Great line by Cooper Murphy. Here you see them going around. Talk us through it.
It has the potential to go real bad. They're dropping in close, and he's just going to rub that elbow in, trying to get the upper hand. If you get your arm in front of that handlebar, you know you've got it.
Geez, that's great camera work by our Stream Shop team getting that angle for you. That's outstanding work. As we cut back now to our next moto, there's Liam Dumbbell, who's going really nice at the moment. Reef Hendricks. These guys are all trying to just solidify their spot, their position, and that's nice by Leon. Seem to get a little bit
and that group is
overbalanced.
very tight there, Nigel, very tight.
Oh, I think that we're going to say that about a lot of races. Here comes Rico Ryan, who's got a nice flyer. And when I say flyer, I mean a flyer. He's nearly a 0.2 of a second better out the gate. And that's what it looks like when you get that momentum. It really is flowing nicely.
Yeah, you can definitely see where he's been focusing his attention over the last 12 months.
Turning around down the straight for his final time today. That'll be a good day's work for Rico and the rest of the boys in the 9 division.
A lot of these kids will have access to their own start gates at home too, which is something that, you know, as a younger rider, you know, we never had the access to. You know, there was one start gate, it was at the club, whereas for a minimal amount of money, you can pick up a start gate which mirrors exactly what you're going to use in a racing situation. So certainly those added benefits of being able to practice every day.
Oscar Walker, Rocky Brinks, by the way, Southland duo, 2nd and 3rd in that previous heat as we move on to the boys 10. This is
There we go, nice drop under there. It's a bit of a dingle for the line there, and oh yes.
Putting the finishing touches on that, Tim Creswell from Jackson Wynn and Xavier Bell. Very quickly, the rankings heading into this. Ben Anderson, Ashton Pine, Xavier Bell, Cade Manava. Actually, now it's just been adjusted for us there. That's how quickly it moves. We have to be a bit sharper with that side of the computer. For everybody, my apologies. We'll be better next time through. And we are sitting here watching at the moment Nixon Banks, NZ2, looking very nice over Blake Andrews. The 164, all the way down from Whangarei. He cuts back on the inside as well. Looks as though Banks is going to do enough, and he gets there in a comfortable fashion. So that'll keep his spot nicely. As we move back down to our next rider. And this is Ben Anderson as NZ1. Max Hey. Is that a good day, Max? Good consistent riding, being though you'd expect from an N1 defense with that plate on. Going nicely. Swings on the inside. Hey, quite happy just to sit in behind. Look back to Liam King. Is in the 3rd spot. Well, that's nice for Ben Anderson. Hey, that's a good consolidation for Max. He's had another good day's work. Nice, likewise Liam King. All these riders going very nicely at the moment as we swing back up to the start gate. Just a small delay. Now they're back off and rolling.
And we are back into the hottest part of our day here in Rotorua. 22 degrees at the moment. So that equating into the riders at probably close to 30, all wrapped up in their racing and protective gear. So it's definitely warm.
This is the last race of the day for these competitors. 4 motos today, another 2, depending on class size tomorrow. And we're into the finals. Leading them through at the moment, 205 is Dylan Fox. Goes back to NZ6, Khalil Alexander. And so Dylan takes the victory in his final race of the day. Good day's work. So we head back over to the final of our motos in the boys 10 here at the 2021 BMX New Zealand National Championships. That is Ashton Payne. He's had a very good day. So we've been very fortunate in terms of we haven't seen too many people come a cropper.
No, it's a good weekend when St John's are sitting around doing nothing.
That's a great line. That's Liam Clifford again. He's been very strong. That's a strong finish. And over. And so a good win there for Liam.
Yeah, you'll certainly notice a few of these riders are looking a little bit fatigued. It might be hotter for some of them than for others. You notice the heads starting to bobble around a wee bit more than they should. And, you know, the old chopping of the pedals rather than a nice smooth rotation. You know that they're getting a little bit tired and maybe just out of their comfort zone at the moment.
As we look here to Asher Napier-Anderson, this is the girls 10 class. Holly Nielsen tops the standings. Kiana McCure in second. And just on the inside, sneaking that one. That was Luca Penny from Asher Napier-Anderson. Kiana McHugh and Courtney Smith. That was a good tight race. Back on now. You're looking for the 111 in this particular event, and that is Holly Nielsen, who's had a great day out of Waitakere. And there she is at the front. Working nicely through. One last effort. She knows one last effort for the day. And she's got herself a nice wee break here at the moment. Abby Story Frayling is in the second spot. There's a wee Bo Peep just out the corner of the eye. No, she's got it in control. Nice dive up the inside. Is that Sophie Penny making a move? It's going to be close for second and third here. To the line. Ooh, inside maybe
and
Story Frayling. Yep, you have to go camera on that one. And move on to the girls 11. And Meg Cannon, who's had herself some day. She's got a good challenger here, though, in Emmy Summers, who herself has been right to the fore in all the races that she's been involved with. Addison Rutherford, plate 300 in third spot as they go through. Single file through the final. Big dig there by Meg. Just making sure she's going to go through comfortably ahead of Emmy Summers. Just did a bit of work just to get the point across. Cannon from Summers, Rutherford, Sophie Calhoun coming through in fourth spot, then Molly Buckley.
Yeah, still some very close racing there with those girls.
This is the second of the three heats, final heats for the day, as I said, of these motos. Reeve Napier-Anderson from Holly Tribble. So 4 motos, just the heat starting to climb. Napier-Anderson leading them through Tribble. Right there, if she decides to make a move, she can. Just follows around. Big digs there on the pedals. Napier-Anderson, it's going to be enough to get her through. That's nice work. Good racing. Making each other still work for it a little bit. Not getting an easy ride, that's for sure. Napier-Anderson from Tribble. And then Isabel Anderson from Catalina Morris. Here's the final of the motos, and Nicola Mapu. A good start. Again, almost a 10th better than her rival. And you come flying off the gate, you get that edge, and as Chris Newson has been saying all throughout the day, it translates exponentially, particularly if you can get that good gap going into turn one. Cruise is over. Nice finish to the day. And Nicola Mapu from Maya Prescott and Ellie Linsky. On to the boys 12. This features Deacon Connor, NZ1. Diving up the inside is Bruno Nametti. These are the guys that have been at the top. 1 and 2. That's a beautiful ride by Nametti. Now Connor wants to try and duck inside. Some big digs, just a little bit of psychology going on here. Nametti going to get it done. That one there will just sit there for Deacon Connor. NZ1, that one will just be sitting there. Nice ride as well. Deegan McCormack. Those two will be near the top of the standings. It's Connor King, 77. Nice style.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, these kids are really pulling out some great motos. And I'm super impressed with the skill that they're showing down through the rhythm section. How smooth they are. The smoother the ride through that rhythm section, the more speed you're going to gain and into those turns to make sure you can cement that solid turn and take the line.
Bryson Joyce coming through in second spot ahead of Cole Feringa. On to the next heat. And there you see Levi Banks, NZ5 at the front. You see the great style and the technique that these young competitors have learnt. Kobe Russell, NZ7 and behind there. Then you drop back to Kieran Oakley out of Waitakere.
Back in the pack there is very solid, looking very busy.
Some good racing. So this all lends itself towards some quality tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah, there we go. Times have dropped just a little bit. Obviously, it's hotter, it's later in the day, and this is their last race.
So Daniel Mason at the front there, NZ3. Riding alongside him, Jack Jorgensen. Trying to cut back on the inside was Camden Rutherford. So they now work single file down the rhythm section. Mason, though, with the edge. Jorgensen. And some few big pedal strokes there and cruising along. And he'll do that nicely. Bike length in it. That's all you need. Mason from Jorgensen and Rutherford. Day done for them as we move now on to the girls 12. Just the 8 competitors in this one. Sadly, it looks as though we may have lost Millie Waite, which would be very disappointing if that is the case. Madeline Hunter with the advantage over Millie Ellis. Danica Bergerstrom, who's had a Bergerson, I should say, who's had a good day. Not really pushing too hard as Danica in this one. Then you go back to Tyler Rickelman, plate 500. Next, I think Taylor tried to sneak up the inside there of Danica Bergerson, but couldn't quite get there. So they're just being held here at the moment. I wonder if there is just a bit of an issue with one of our other competitors, possibly.
Possibly. May have missed the moto, which of course then requires a bit of work to be done for the scorekeepers.
So it was Hunter, Ellis, Bergerson, Rickelman, Thornley, Evans, Ivendale, and Waite listed at the moment as a non-starter. As we switch over to the boys, 13.
There we go, amazing gate there.
Luke Brooks-Smith. Almost half a second better off the gate. Sorry, 10th better, I should say, off the gate. Just flowing.
There we go. He's definitely gapping, using those jumps for their intended purpose to just gain that speed. Pushing down on the backside of those jumps just gathers more and more speed. So it's definitely one way he can cement his win. Just rolling through.
Oh, yeah, he's cruising. Was it 2 loaves of bread and a bottle of milk, Mum, you wanted? Yep, I'll get you that. I'll be back in 5.
Absolutely.
Just like that.
He knows which side that bread is buttered on.
I'm going to say sub 43 and really just sort of cruising almost through that final section. Luke Brooks-Smith from Regan Smith, Azale Withers, Justin Butler, Max Richardson, your top 5. There's Fred Cooper out of Christchurch. NZ4, it's Toby Gambrell out of Taupo. NZ6 chasing him down. Some tight battles in behind. Get to the inside. That's Cody Ward's out of Hawera in the 3rd spot at the moment, but Cooper just very relaxed. Wearing the red and black, I'm sure, with pride. And he does that really nicely. Now we head back. This race will feature Coleman, who's really been flying the gates nicely, and there he is. Tom Coleman, NZ2. Bit of challenge coming for him this time because Jack Young, NZ1, right beside him. Here's a chance for Coleman maybe to make a little bit of a statement. Oh, nicely done. Coleman inside. Young to the out, switching back through the rhythm section.
Pushing very hard, both of these boys. Are we going to see a drop under?
Trying to switches.
Down there.
Oh, this is right to the line.
Oh, I'd say
Coleman just gets him.
Just pips it.
Oh, good race though.
Absolutely. And in a lot of instances, jumping is a little bit slower than manualling, which he proved definitively to be able to go through there quicker.
Those, if you are just joining the coverage, so glad you're with us on Sky Sport Next. If you're not familiar with the term manualling, just rolling through with the back wheel, lifting the front, rolling through those undulations. Now move on to the girls 13. Yeah, that 13 boys. I keep saying we need to put a ring around maybe these classes that are going to be good tomorrow. I've probably rung already half of the classes and we haven't even got all the way through. Here's Nadia Gabbiani. She completes what's been a solid 4 motos for her. Hazel Gardner second, Willow Birkin third spot, Ursula Summers fourth, and then Claire Elmers rolling through in fifth. Here's the second, and that is Peyton Taylor. He's trying to chase it down. That's Nikita Clark, but Peyton's looked very relaxed all day. Molly Inia in behind, and she just rolls across in third spot. And so that is the action done for the 13 girls. I'll tell you as well that Peyton Taylor, Molly Inia, Nadia Gabbiani, 1, 2 and 3 rankings at the end of the opening day. We now move on to the 14 boys, and Finn Coogan at the moment is the one who's got the advantage. This is a nice win here for Hayden Hall. Out of the deep south, wearing the maroon with pride. We now switch back to our second moto, featuring 3, 4 and 7 NZ. Working up that second straight. That is Cooper Richardson out of North Harbour, leading them through. Dropped right in behind him is Nick Cowie, also out of Southland. Wearing the maroon though. And through behind, that's Jack Gebby, who's had a busy day in several classes. So that's how they're going to finish. Richardson, Cowie, Gebby, Thompson. So we head now on to the next moto. Let's feature the 1 NZ and Finn Coogan out in front, doing it nicely. Taylor Waite, second spot. Big break back to Jesse Engels out of North Harbour. See the body action coming out of Coogan. Up and over, cruising nicely. And it's quite interesting. You kind of think, oh, are they actually cruising? Our commentary position just to the side, and actually when they come whizzing past, it's not like they're out for a little bit of a Saturday afternoon saunter on their bicycle. They are fair flying, even though it doesn't look like it at times.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, at this time of the day when it is just getting a little bit hotter, yeah, their speed might be down, but their output is still up there. You know, you are sitting at between 90 and 95%. You know, as a rider, you really want to save that 110% for your final. But you may be fighting for your position in the semis.
Coming through there, Logan Clark, Thomas Webb, Brock Rutherford. 1, 2 and 3. That's in the 14 boys. Now on to the 14 girls, which really has been a Lily Greenoff-a-thon today, hasn't it? There she is out the front.
Well, the Greenoffs don't know anything underneath 100% effort, so you know, they definitely bring it on when they turn up to a race. She's
going to have to push here because Hannah Mason's right behind her there, and also as well Bella Birchall chasing too. So just a wee reminder there for Lily that it's not a fait accompli. Yep, she got the dub, but Mason and Birchall pushed really nicely.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. You always know number 2 will often try harder, so she's going to have to be on her game.
There's Renee Coleman-Savage out of Hawke's Bay, leading them all through, going back to Gracie Owen. Kasia Stupa in the third spot at the moment. Renee finished the day with a dub, and that'll be pleasing. Last of the 4 motos for the 14 girls. The ranking, unsurprisingly, has Lily Greenoff top. Then it's Renee Coleman-Savage, Hannah Mason, Bella Birchall, and Gracie Owen. And that's your top 4. I suspect they will really be in the mixer tomorrow, but they are all chasing the impressive Lily Greenoff. Now move on to the 15 boys. You see Ben James out of Alexandria. He's had a good day, Ben. And to the line from cruising through, was that Zachary Arnold? Yes, it was. And then Hunter Sterling Lindsay. Another rider from Alexander, so a 1-3 for that particular club. Oi! Cameron Lang.
And a bit squirrely there in the back.
He held on to it, though. What it has given, though, is Matthew Haig a chance here to try and flick past him, which he has done. Going inside, also diving up as well was Will Skipper. Over, this is going to be on the inside. Is that Krofsky? It was. Oh, Cameron Lang will be going, I had the start. Had that one, it was right there for me. That's that little loss of momentum at that point of the track. Tough one. Final moto of the day. Fourth group of motos for the 15 boys. Lewis Atkinson. Let's look up at Mum as he goes around the top corner there. I don't know, maybe coach was calling out something to him.
Yeah, just making sure he's doing everything right.
Very relaxed.
Either that or somebody's pinching his lunch.
Oh, I hope. Well, he deserves it. They all deserve it. I think all the riders today deserve it. Here we go. Final moto of the day for the 15 girls, and it's been all Jada Lily Lees. Really has had this comfortably. Sasha Ernest in second spot. Hasn't really been troubled too much. So local here, and just the 5 in this particular class. Jada Lily's going to take some stopping tomorrow, Chris, it's fair to say.
Look, absolutely. She's a very, very strong rider. Great gate technique, very quick out of the gate, and very strong peeling down the straight. As mentioned, you'll notice the track is smoothing off a wee bit in terms of the loose pebbles are getting moved to one side. So by the time we do get to the finals, you'll actually notice the times will drop dramatically as the track itself gets harder and faster. So, you know, whilst they're relatively slower from the first race this morning, by the time we get into our semis and finals, you'll notice a big change, Nigel.
Jake Greenoff, just sending a wee message here on the final one of the day.
Absolutely.
Brained them. 37.5 seconds for that.
Yeah. Couple of seconds back to the next rider, old Trey Nelson.
And Thomas Coleman Savage. Louis Hunt in fourth. Yeah, he is. He's just said that's the standard. Here's another guy who's been racing very well today, very consistent, Jesse James Green, being chased at the moment by Jake Ernest.
Yeah, very strong. Both riders very strong. Jake, a huge amount of experience for his age, but also Jesse James, just a good, strong, solid rider. Both showing a clean pair of heels to the rest of the field.
Yeah, the battle's really going to be for that third spot. And we see Griffin Curtis come through. Times, 39.5. Yeah, full 2 seconds slower than Greenoff, but Greenoff really flew the gate.
Yeah, he definitely, obviously, might have snuck a few gels or a bit of electrolytes in there in between his break.
It'll be unsurprising to let you know that that Greenoff is near the top of the standings. Remember, though, he did have that last place finish where he came a cropper, so it is Jesse James Green who will actually sit atop of the standings in that 16s.
And because of the draw, these boys, may or may not get to see each other based on the draw, so they might come together in either the semis or the finals.
So this is the motos for the 16 girls, final 2 of the day, and unsurprisingly, Leela Walker out front.
Yeah, beautiful, strong rider. It's always great to watch Leela. Her bike control is, next level in her age group. So, yes, certainly a commanding performance here today.
Brooke Penny trying to stick with her, wearing the Oceania 2 plate on the front of her bike. But Walker just really an absolute class above at the moment. She'll go through, and I've no doubt when we swing across and we update those particular rankings, that's sitting right at the top, untroubled, will be Leela Walker, and it is from Brooke Penny, Lily Candy and Caitlin Flavel. That one really does look like a race for second. Here comes the 40 to 44 male, or as it's known, the Kurt Bagby class. Although he's not having it all his own way in this one. A little bit of work he's got to do there with Derek Gelsma chasing him, but
Well, the
Bagby's just cruising, really, isn't he?
He's just having a bit of a relax. He knows he's got some work to do, but he's definitely a very quick rider.
So that was nice and easy. Now we switch over to our final two motos for the 45 to 49 male. And jumping out front, that's Ken Feist.
Young Ken Feist. I understand a lot of road riding back in the day as well, so that certainly means his cadence and his endurance is up, and his speed and skill definitely on point.
Zane Alexander in second, great as well to see. We saw earlier in the day Tony Thornley sort of hobble off after taking a bit of a nasty fall there, but Tony back up, rolling.
Well,
cruise through into third spot. There you go.
There's a little bit of that crying wolf business going on in the older age groups there, Nigel. Just make them, lull them into a false sense of security, and I think it's worked out for him.
Here is JT Napier, who's just trying to make a little bit of a statement here. Jeez, he's just gapped them. And now he's just going to cruise and wait and see if anyone can catch up with him. Nick Emery is sitting in second spot at the moment. Then you go back to Stuart Curtis, but JT, a couple of little pushes there over the tabletop, and he's just going to cruise, roll his way to the line, no problems at all.
That's the way. The older classes, if you are getting your bike off the ground, then you're definitely going to be leading out in front, and JT is pretty good with getting his bike in the air.
To the 17 and 24. Two motos left for this group today. Mark Edwards from Waitakere finished the day strong. He had a win last time out, trying to finish strong again. Zach Kershaw trying to dive in there. Then it's Daniel Bowers-Wilson zipping through. I don't know if you can actually hear the whizzing coming through our microphones as they come flying past us, but they really are pushing hard. Here's the second of these heats. Great start by Logan Hurst. And Logan leads them in. Now cutting back up on the inside there is Louis Cotton in second spot. Looking, going a bit higher up on the boom there is Hurst. Cotton in behind. Then we go back to Mann. Connor Mann in third spot. Again swipping. He dives up on the inside of Cotton, does Mann. He's got through. This is a nice race. Hurst gets it.
That'll definitely be one to watch tomorrow. All those boys are fairly even.
As we to the rankings. So it's Kershaw, Edwards, Hurst, Mann, Bowers, Wilson, Donaldson, Walden and Speedy. That's your top 8 to this point. 35 to 39 males. Final roll of the day. And here's Coker. Adam Coker trying to finish the day strong. Tim Ferguson in behind him.
Now do pay attention to those W plates. One has a 2 and one has a 7. So you know you have to keep an eye on Mr. Ferguson.
Also good to see Richie Stratford.
Absolutely.
Took a bit of a lick earlier on, so he's in a good spot, and that'll probably cement Coker at the top. So will Coker, Ferguson, Silver, Stratford, the top 4 after those 4 motos. And the 35 to 39. So we now switch over to 25 to 34. He's still riding the 20-inch bikes, 20-inch wheels. This is Alan Frank. He's doing really nicely, trying to push through there into second spot. Cody Keach. And across they come. So another nice ride by Alan Frank out of Tauranga. Cody Keach of Christchurch in second. Ethan Wee, very consistent. Now to the 50 plus. It is Dave Mohi out of Rotorua.
Yeah, the big show back on track there. These boys have been racing together for quite some time, so they certainly know a lot of tips and tricks. But again, Dave's showing them a clean pair of clipless heels.
Greg Hughes in second spot. Carl Berryman in the third.
And it actually looks like Dave's riding his old Specialized. I'll have to double check later on, but that's close to a 15-year-old bike frame, that.
So we switch over now to the final group of motos in the plus 17 female. And Brooke Compain out in front, in second spot, trying to chase down Holly Oldham. Tell you what, they're doing some things right at that Alexandra BMX Club, aren't they, Chris?
Absolutely. And if you check that track out, you'll know why. It's a nice wide open track as well. Plenty of pedaling, so probably suits Holly very well. Alex, a relatively new track as well, Nigel.
Have a look here.
Oh, yeah, bit of argy-bargy. Oh, goodness.
Oh, goodness, yep. That's a big stack. That's a big stack.
That's onto Tarsio. That's not comfortable at all.
I was just seeing, actually, one of the riders, they are back up. And you see.
There we go. Well done.
Just working through. So that's Nancy James rolling through to the end. We've still got, I think, might be Chelsea Watton and Caitlin Georgianis. Actually, here comes Caitlin through just in front of our position. There's Caitlin Georgianis now, and there you see Chelsea Watton just in behind rolling through. So if they can make it all the way to the end without any outside interference, it means they do get those points that are allocated for that particular race.
Absolutely.
However, if they do require the outside assistant, it does come up as a DNF. So after that, just very, very short break, it's Abby Sincock leading the second of our final stack of riders.
Chelsea just rolling through past our door there, Nigel. She didn't look too well. She was holding her arm, so hopefully she's able to come back tomorrow.
Yeah. Abby Sincock comes through and flying nicely. Tyler Shea Donaldson in second. She's had a bit of second set of rides today, has Tyler Shea. And now we go to see another one of those W plates. If you are just joining the broadcast, the W means world. So that's world ranking 4. Tony James out of Waitakere. Very comfortable through that rhythm section, very relaxed and smooth. Now just puts in a couple of big digs on the pedals.
Tony's a great ambassador for our sport here too, supporting the young and up-and-coming riders as well. And she often does lots of training and coaching sessions at her club and a number of other clubs as well. So great to see her supporting on and off the track.
So as we roll through those final set of 4 races, Simcock top of the standings after 4 motos today. Simcock from Tony James, Holly Oldham, Brooke Compayne, Emma Pugh, Selena Pfister, Tyler Shea Donaldson and Chelsea Watton. That's your top 8 of 18. We're now back to the boys 8. This has been a really competitive class today.
Yeah, absolutely.
And here's my man who gets, I just like the colour of the top. I think that's natty attire there from Monty Gardner. He's trying to cruise on through, and will he get that W in the 500 plate? Yep, he will. Nice work for Monty. From Cano Goff, Ryder Wheeler, Austin Garside, Maximus Munro coming through. So switching back to our next group of races. And there you see Dylan Toya been very strong throughout the day. Rocco Beatty in behind him, out of East Coast. And we see these riders, as I say, 4 motos, biggest track. You know, some of these riders might be the biggest track that they've ever been on. I've said it a few times throughout the broadcast, but if you are just joining us, this is right on the extreme limits of the UCI. You can't have a BMX track more than 400 metres. 399.9 is the measurement, which is what a lot of the top world-class tracks do, and this is a world-class track. This is a cracking we go here with Nixon Murphy in the mix at the front. Now, so they're trying to get him behind him there. Dylan Smith, I think it might have been. Photo, actually, for third between Connor Beck and Sebastian Bassett as well. Back they come to the next group of riders. Tobias Dixon also in there as well. Nelson Urata. Now Nelson's had a very good day, so too is Tobias. This could be a little bit of psychology. Gee, that's a great rhythm section from Nelson. Now can he switch to the inside? Tobias really stacks hard. Oh, drawing even. This is going down to it. Big push.
Lovely.
Tobias gets it done.
Great work from those kids. They're really giving it their all in these last motos.
I tell you what, the times, it was at 53 seconds. So
Yeah,
those two lads
doing
not
well.
mucking around. Finn Lawrence out of Hawara. To the front, you see him got the hands device almost, the neck brace that's on. I see
It's,
a couple of the riders that wear those.
Yeah, neck brace, EVS and Liat both have derivatives of that, and it stops the head going too forward if they land on it, because you generally, if you're going over your bars, your head hits first, wraps under, so you pull your neck forward and it hurts, but it also stops it from going backwards. If in the event you scorpion, so to speak, where the bike comes and visits the back of your head. So it is a device that's good. Some people wear it, some people don't.
Finn Lawrence from Tyler Cochrane, Josh Braithwaite, as the boys' 8 come to an end. Top of that ranking, it is Tobias Dickinson, Urata, Murphy, Toya, Gardner, Lawrence, Smith and Goff. Back to the 8 to 9 girls. Their final ride of the day. 2 motos. This has been the class which has the potential to be quite entertaining tomorrow when it comes final time. Jayla Jenkins, 9.63. Now cutting, going right up. Who's that? That's Quinn Lindsay. Real tight line. She's done enough though. I think Jenkins had the better momentum going around the top. So it's going to be Jenkins from Lindsay. And then Lexi Silva for 3rd. Back to Maddie Newcomb. Rotorua knows the track well, and you can see she has really gapped them already. Doesn't have to push too hard. Connor McCabe, NZ3. Just tracking him behind. Not really in too much of a rush here. It's just a 10-rider field. And you just see Maddie go, we both peep there, see what's going on. Be sweet, we'll just roll it down. And so Maddie Newcomb will take the victory in that one. We see a little bit of an issue there. So we continue to work our way through as we come towards the end of the opening day. 2021 BMX New Zealand National Championships. Rotorua is delivering a stunning day. Nary a cloud in the sky. Mid-20s, she's warm, she's snuggly. The riders adapting really well. Remembering that today, it's all the amateur riders. There we see, we don't get to see the elites come to play until tomorrow. But when they do, they come to play hard, dropping in off the 8-metre high ramp. Big jumps for them to make. Big transition. Going to be fun. Make sure you join us tomorrow. Enjoy the remainder of this particular day's racing. As we are watching currently the boys 11 as they work their way through their final set of motos for the day. And leading this particular rack is Zane Williamson, plate number 607. Pushing hard is Nixon Poynton out of Tauranga, 79. Williamson, Poynton just wants to go, try to get that inside, but Williamson's got this well in hand, and that's a nice ride. Again, good close racing from that particular group. Just on a second and a bit, covering the top 5. Look at the next group of riders coming through. It features Lucas Martinek, your current 1-plate holder, and he's got Case Silver in behind him. Then Ben Shaw. That's a beautiful rhythm section though. Who's that? That's read that really nicely to go flying up the inside. What a great section by Caleb White. Almost stole it. Gee, rode that beautifully, Chris.
Absolutely. These guys are really stepping it up in the later rounds of here today. So, can't wait for 4 and 5 tomorrow.
Yeah, no signs of slowing. Maybe we're seeing a slight drop-off in the times, but very marginally. You'd expect that over the course of a day where, look, they've been here since, about 7, 8 o'clock in some cases. They've been out, they've had practice runs, rolled through. It's a big old day.
And what you've got to take into consideration too is these guys have had a look on the notice board and they've seen their times and they've seen their rankings and they know what they need to do from then on. So there'll be a little bit of, okay, I need to get in front of that guy, I need to get in front of that girl, and making sure that that happens.
So that's the last of the 20-inch machines. Cruisers to finish us off.
Back in with the big boys again, super heavyweights. And yep, getting close.
Rob Beattie out front there from Derek Jelsma. Beattie going, looking very comfortable. He'll cruise this one here with Rob Beattie.
Very comfortable. You can see these boys. They're wanting to push the limits, but they're also wanting to stay upright. So they're riding very carefully. And we're back in the Kurt show.
Yeah, well, he's flown the gate again. I mean, the what we have seen today, the riders that have been really good off the gate. Again, we're talking a 10th of a second, and how that just multiplies down what is a very long start straight at the Rotorua BMX Club, this wonderful new facility, just over a year old, wonderful addition to what is already, some pretty good sporting facilities down here in the Rotorua area. Next to some lovely mountain bike tracks. So there you go. Bagby wins another one, and he stands easily near the top along with Rob Beattie. So we move now on to the 45 to 49 cruiser male. Final two of the day.
And what you'll see in these age groups here, Nigel, is a discerning difference in the performance of those who have a good solid gait. So again, start is crucial in this sport to be able to maintain your position. And you'll notice the guys who are consistently winning have been the ones who are consistently a second out of the gate ahead.
You see there it was Phil Armstead who got the flyer out of the gate and got the win as well from Zane Alexander, Aaron Hodder, Stephen Gallo and Shane White. We go back to Dion Ewith, who's already gapped the field.
Yeah, I know Dion rather well. I've seen his training regime. This boy is in the gym on a daily basis, and he's on his bike on a daily basis, as well as holding down a full-time job. So these guys do take their W plates very, very seriously, whilst still doing life.
That's the reason why they had the W plates.
Absolutely.
So Dion Ewith there with the victory over Brent Hancock, Dazza Perrott and John Whiteman. So the cruisers finished that day. Newith, funnily enough, at the top from Alexander, Armstead and Hancock, your top four. On to the 11 to 14 cruiser. This is the mixed. Jack Gibby at the front. He's top of the standings after 3 motos heading into this final one. He's being hounded here a little bit by Cooper Richardson. But I think either rider, a bit of style there. Ooh. Richardson gets him just on the inside there from Gibby.
Very slight win there.
Then Allen, then Douglas to finish. So we go back. Here's Nick Cowie, final moto of the day. He's got again, just very relaxed. Casey Walker. It feels like you're underselling to say going through the motions, but they make it look as though it is. And once again, there's Nick Cowie looking up at someone on the stands and diving underneath, and he goes, no, I do want the win.
Yes, absolutely. And sadly, some people make it look a whole lot easier than others.
So Cowie, Walker, Webb, your top 3. 15 to 16 cruiser male now. We've just got 4 more classes to go after this one.
Yeah, not quite sure which NZ1 we've got here, because we've got one from Waitakere and one from Cambridge.
Yeah, that's Louis Hunt, if memory serves. Trying to remember. Pretty sure Louis had the blue on and had the yellow bicycle. Both of them seem pretty comfortable. Both of them going high up on the berm, having a bit of fun.
And that's the interesting thing. We don't know who's holding back.
There was Hunt from Hague, then Atkinson, Arnold and Barnett. Now we go back to the 17 to 39. It's Adam Coker out of East Coast. The W4. back to Michael Buchanan out of Whangarei. Made the trip down. Great to have the riders from the top of the country right the way through to the bottom. It's great to have them here. It's what makes the national championships. We know it's been a challenge for a lot of competitors, a lot of families as to whether or not they can make the trip. We know that the BMX community very much appreciate the efforts a lot of people have gone to. The athletes, the organisers, the administrators, the volunteers. Make sure we get this up and going. Was the odd there was just that odd little doubt when things went back into level 3, level 2, then level 2 to level 1, and now everyone being at level 1, which is great.
And I absolutely think that that's probably made us a little bit more relaxed in regards to things. You know, is there the possibility that we're going to have to stay at home? Well, you know, let's just see how we go.
Well, thankfully we are, and of course the QR codes are around, and great to see everyone scanning into the venue and doing those right things. And the old hand sanitizer
and that's
and utilisation.
Absolutely. For the most part, you can keep a fair amount of distance between each other at a BMX event.
Unless, of course, you're racing in these classes tomorrow, in which case it could get very niggly and interesting. This is the Cruiser 50 Plus. And so, that particular group, Greg Hughes from McLaughlin Berryman Windsor leaning. And as they move, there's Dave Mohi running the 888 in this one. Behind there is trying to see who that is. Behind is that Mark? It might be Mike Natai floating in.
Yeah, definitely is. Yep.
Where is El Presidente there? He is in third spot at the moment.
He is in third spot, yep. Mr. Boggess taking it easy with his golden wheels.
Oh, he didn't take it too easy there.
No.
Clifford Wilson was looking to cut underneath him. He just put a little dig in, so...
I can guarantee you they were talking about it quite loudly too.
17 to 29, females. This is their final moto. And this has been Holly Oldham, Tony James, and Caitlin Georgiana standing top 3 at the moment in this one.
Very smooth down through that rhythm section. There's a lot of great pumping, great form going on with these girls. They've been working really hard over the last wee while.
And it's going to be Tony James, world number
way.
5. From Holly Oldham, Caitlin Georgianis, then it's Taylor Arnold, Selena Pfister, Emily Sorensen. So in terms of the rankings at the end, it's James and Oldham tied on 6, then Georgianis, Arnold, Pfister and Sorensen. Back to the 35 plus female cruiser. This is our final race of the day. And at the moment it's Sherilyn Anderson trying to get the beat of Steph Hoek. Steph's had a good run all day. He's thinking, oh no, I want to make it a clean sweep. And Sherilyn saying, no, not going to happen.
Gosh.
Steph gets a great finish to finish off day 1.
Right.
Hoek just, and when I say just, we are talking 500ths of a second. Hoek to Anderson, as you see, you just saw her digging and said, no, I want the sweep today, and she gets it. Oh, a quarter of a wheel in it. Sonia Anderson, Kylan Newton, Lisa Anderson, Nancy James.
Well, I can tell you right now, Sherilyn hasn't been riding for that long, so it's been well done for her today.
Well, it's interesting. So Steph Hoek winning all of her races. Anderson in second spot. Is it just me, or did we see the margin just getting smaller and smaller throughout the day?
It is getting smaller. I'm sure JT, Sherilyn's partner, is giving her all the advice that he can muster and helping her out. JT, very experienced rider as well. So, yeah, fantastic.
There you see the lineup for tomorrow, elite men and women, the motos. And then we've got the amateurs. It's been all amateurs today, but some of the big guns, they come out to play, dropping in off the 8-foot ramp. There you see now the track team working their magic already, getting out the hoses. The St John Ambulance, their day is done. Our day is done. Our thanks, of course, to the wonderful presenting sponsors of the 2021 BMX National Championships, Permapine, Spark Business Hub, Red Stag Timber, O'Sullivan Clements. Great to be able to present this for you on Sky Sport Next. Our thanks to the wonderful team at the Stream Shop. You've had Tiger, Jason, Keanu and Aiden on the cameras, Daniel directing, Helen producing. Chris Newsom has provided outstanding analysis and will do so again tomorrow. Finals day, day 2. We are underway at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, so make sure you join us right back here on Sky Sport Next. On behalf of the team that has brought you coverage of day 1, Nigel Yolden wishing you a very good afternoon, and please join us back tomorrow, 10 o'clock, for day 2 of the 2021 BMX New Zealand National Championships.